Okay, the time is now 5 p.m. I call this meeting of the Granbury Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The board will now adjourn into executive session pursuant to the following sections. Personnel under Texas Government Code 551.074, real property under Government Code 551.072, and consultation with attorney if needed under Government Code 551.071. And the time is now 5 p.m. We will adjourn into closed session. We'll wait.
Julie better watch. You're allowed to call me out.
I don't want to call. I'm not going to do that. We will now reconvene in open session by beginning with an invocation led by Ms. Barbara Townsend.
Please bow your head with me. Heavenly Father, we thank you tonight for those who make Granbury ISD a great place to work and learn. Thank you for our school marshals who protect each campus and treat each person they encounter with dignity and respect. Papa God, we have students and staff traveling extensively this time of year for UIL, district meets, and other competitions. Tonight in particular, the Lady Pirates basketball team is traveling for a district play. Please keep all safe in their travels. Give this board your wisdom as we make decisions for our district. Help us recognize unintended consequences to every agenda item we tackle. May we all treat each other with respect and kindness. We pray all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Okay, we will now have the pledges, and our presenter is Acton Middle School.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible. Please remain standing for a moment of silence.
Thanks, girls. All right, my name is Daniel Cifuentes. I'm here with Aaron Wright. Come on, stay here, stay here. I'd like to introduce some of our Unified Robotics students. I have with me Kendall Huggins, Ali Cabrera, Callan Buffkin, Aubrey Steele, and a couple that couldn't make it. We had Ryan Tracy, Ellie Thorne, Alexia Wheeler, and Eden Witten, who made up our Unified Robotics team this year.
So with our Unified Robotics, if you are not sure what that is actually a division of Special Olympics. And what this does is it pairs some of our athletes with some of our gen ed students where they're able to compete in a multitude of different events. These range anything from flag football, basketball, volleyball, to things like robotics, which is what we are representing here tonight. This is making up our two teams here at AMS. They had an opportunity in January. They had been working over the last several months to actually get the robots ready, and in January they were able to compete here in a qualifying match, which both teams from AMS were able to advance to the state level competition.
And before I talk about that state level competition, there's a couple of people in groups that I want to thank just for helping us this season. I'll keep it brief. The first one is Miss Sandy Cimarini. She's an occupational therapist for the district, but she goes well beyond her job title and makes sure everything is smooth for us every single year. Second, Granbury High School's Optimist Club, who was able to provide funds for us to get to the competition with our students and our robotics kits. Mrs. Moss, Miss Misty Moss, she's a paraprofessional at AMS, and the way she's able to help our students build their relationships and just be there for us day in and day out, couldn't have done it without her, especially at the competition in Austin. Our principal, Ms. Pennington, for always supporting our program. And lastly, our students, like Coach Wright said, starting in August, from learning how to build a robot, to code a robot, to perform, to make it past the regional round, and then to compete in Austin at the state level was amazing. One of our teams, Super Smashers, they got second place in state, and our other team, Robo Rangers, got third place in state. We were also represented. We are also represented by GMS and a membrano team, and GMS actually took the state title home. So we were well represented across the district, and so we're just so happy for our kids, just so happy that our unified program is growing, and we're looking forward to just everything that we can do in the future as well. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. And if we have any families or friends in the audience, would you please stand and be recognized as well? Okay, next we have our Acton Middle School update presented by Mrs. Pennington.
Good evening, Dr. Morosky, members of the Board of Trustees, and distinguished guests. Thank you for the opportunity to share a glimpse into the heart of Acton Middle School tonight. My name is Jennifer Pennington, and I'm honored to serve as the principal of Acton Middle School. I'm joined this evening by Angie Payne, our Special Programs Coordinator, Ms. Carrie Jones, one of our outstanding counselors, Ms. Meredith Brummer, our Special Education Department Head, and Tana Lucky, our Instructional Specialist. Our Assistant Principal, Mr. Michael Pickett, is not with us tonight because he and his wife welcomed a beautiful baby yesterday. We are celebrating right alongside them as they begin this new chapter. Our other Assistant Principal, Mr. John Defoe, is also not with us this evening as he is proudly cheering on his daughter and the Lady Pirate basketball team in Denton Ryan. At Acton Middle School, we believe family isn't just something we value, it's part of who we are. We believe life's biggest milestones. We show up for one another, we stand in the bleachers just as confidently as we stand in our classrooms and hallways. That sense of connection doesn't stop with our staff. It extends to our students and to our families. When parents entrust us with their children, whether they're nervous new sixth graders or confident eighth graders going up to the high school, we take that responsibility personally. We partner with families, we communicate openly, and we walk alongside them through both celebrations and challenges. I am incredibly grateful to work alongside such a dedicated team. Their collaboration, heart, and commitment to students allow us to continue building a campus where relationships come first, families feel welcomed and valued, and every child feels seen, supported, and empowered.
Okay, good evening, Dr. Morosky, members of the Board of Trustees, and guests. My name is Angie Payne, and I'm the Special Programs Coordinator at Acton Middle School. I'm honored to serve our students, staff, and families alongside an outstanding leadership team. Tonight, we're excited to celebrate what makes Acton Middle School a place we are so proud of. At the heart of our work is our AMS value statement, created collaboratively and embraced by our entire school community. Our AMS family is committed to using words of encouragement, creating a safe, protective environment, and treating others with kindness and respect. We all belong here. Read aloud each day on morning announcements, these values guide our culture and our decisions. And as we share tonight's highlights, we want to do that through the lens of what matters most at AMS: belonging, kindness, and pride in our community. At Acton Middle School, encouragement is woven into our daily culture. As a proud Capturing Kids' Hearts school, we believe strong relationships among staff, students, and families create the foundation for student success. Our Capturing Kids' Hearts Process Champion team models encouragement by planning interactive professional learning and meaningful community builders that strengthen staff connections. Staff members also affirm one another through messages in a bottle and through our Sunshine Committee, which recognizes a Ray of Sunshine recipient each month. Families are encouraged to share affirmations for students and staff, which are highlighted weekly in our staff and family newsletters. Students practice encouragement as well. Through Stars of the Ship, teachers nominate students who demonstrate the character trait of the month. Our Crewmate Stars initiative allows students to recognize peers for showing outstanding character and supporting one another. Our Student Council also recognizes a teacher each week for going above and beyond. The following quotes come directly from our students as they share how these and other Capturing Kids' Hearts practices positively impact their everyday experiences at Acton Middle School. I feel like my voice matters when I help my class create a social contract. Olivia, 6th grade. Being greeted at the door helps me feel more ready to learn because I feel I have a better bond with my teachers. Tristan, 7th grade. I feel more connected to my classmates when I hear their good things because I know what they like and what they like to do. Gavin, 6th grade. When my teacher greets me at the door, it makes me feel welcomed and it makes me want to be there. Cooper, 7th grade. I feel confident and encouraged after being launched from class because it speaks to me on a personal level and it helps me. Claire, 8th grade. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Jones, and I'm a counselor at Acton Middle School. Thank you. Creating a safe and protective environment is a key pillar at AMS. We are proud to share that our campus passed all 27 requirements on this year's district vulnerability audit. The auditor made special note of our use of best practices through annual safety and health trainings led by our campus nurse, including CPR, Stop the Bleed, and other health-related preparedness training. The auditor was also impressed by our comprehensive security binders, which house all safety and security procedures, and by the readiness of emergency kits in every classroom. Our administrative team works closely with our school security team to ensure students and staff are safe each day. This year, we welcomed Officer Cross to our team. Officer Cross and Officer Everett are integral members of the AMS community and are frequently seen engaging with students, staff, and visitors, helping everyone feel safe and supported. I am grateful for my incredible counseling partner, Ms. Dewberry. We support students academically, emotionally, and socially through initiatives like Cookies with Counselors and Thanksopoly Games Week, which promote gratitude and connection with support from our community. Because of the intentional work poured into creating this safe environment, we are seeing positive results in attendance. Our current ADA for the 2025-2026 school year is 95.38%, an increase from 94.96% at this time last year. This year, we implemented a truancy workflow system that allows us to closely monitor individual attendance and engage in conversations with students and families earlier when attendance becomes a concern. Together, these efforts reflect our deep commitment to creating a safe, protective environment where students feel supported, families feel connected, and learning can thrive every day at Acton Middle School. Thank you.
I was not going to do that. Okay. I'm Meredith Brummer, and I am very proud to be our special education department head. And two things that I'm going to talk to you about tonight are kindness and respect. And those are very near and dear to my heart here at Acton Middle School, and also an essential part of our culture. We intentionally teach students and staff to take care of one another while providing meaningful opportunities to lead and serve. Staff leadership is strong at AMS. Teacher leader teams support campus initiatives, and our CKH process champions model and promote the CKH framework. Department leaders meet monthly to collaborate on campus decisions, and our CTC also meets regularly to support campus goals. Students are given many opportunities to serve. Student councils supported Toys for Tots and Mission Granbury through candygrams and a food drive. National Junior Honor Society served at Elementary Thanksgiving Feast, sponsored 2 AMS families during the holidays, and plans to recognize local law enforcement in the spring. Junior Optimists led a sock drive, planned Veterans Day Assembly, and supported a local women's shelter during the holidays by donating toys and hygiene items. We are also proud to be a unified champion school. Students committed to inclusivity by signing an all-in banner, participated in inclusive programs like Baseball with Buddies and our much anticipated Basketball with Buddies upcoming this spring, and completed together in our unified robotics team with heart and respect, and got that 2nd and 3rd place state champion. And these experiences help ensure kindness and respect remain at the center of AMS core values.
I mean, I feel like I could just drop the microphone and leave now, right? That's okay. That's okay. At Acton Middle School, we're committed to educating the whole child and ensuring every student feels a sense of belonging. We take pride in guiding students through important transition from elementary school to becoming a high school ready, supporting their academic growth while also nurturing their interests and individuality. We are proud to share that AMS earned an overall B rating with academic achievement in English, language, arts, and reading, social studies, and post-secondary readiness, and placed in the top 25% for academic growth last year. Beyond academics, our electives continue to shine. AMS Advanced Band was invited to perform at the Music for All National Concert Band Festival in Indianapolis in March. Our varsity choir performed at the TMEA conference last spring, a rare and prestigious honor. Our theater productions continue to impress with shows such as Shrek Jr., and our AVID program is thriving and preparing students for high school and college success. And we have an upcoming college and career night combining with our 6th and 7th grade parent night. Our agricultural students continually excel in FFA and showing events. Additionally, our student athletes continue to demonstrate growth and success across all sports. Our girls basketball team just did pretty good, as well as our boys basketball team when we just finished up. Our 7th grade girls took 1st place, and our boys basketball won district champs. So together, these achievements reflect our commitment to developing well-rounded, confident, and capable students. We all belong here. That's what we have. Do you have any questions for us?
No questions, but I do want to say thank you so much for hosting us the other day. It was a pleasure to get to walk around the school and see the amazing things and how creative y'all have gotten with the space you have and what you're able to do with those kids. And AMS has chickens, y'all. Yes, that was pretty amazing, that FFA program and just all the amazing things y'all are doing with our kids. And I'm grateful that our community has the opportunity for those learning experiences. So thank you for everything you do.
You're welcome. We have duck eggs too.
Yes.
That's my goal. A duck on a leash. It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Yes.
Thank you, board.
Thank y'all. Okay, next we'll move into our achievement spotlight, and first up is our district Spanish Spelling Bee winners, presenters Melissa Ship and Dan Allard.
All right, good evening, Dr. Morosky and School Board. Renee Jackson is over the spelling bee for our district and is out of town with a work trip. So she asked me if I would present, and I had more than happy to do that. And so today we're going to announce all the students that were the winners of their campus spelling bee. And so if you are here, students, come on up. That way you're ready to go. And then we'll also announce who our winner was that will be representing us in March at the Scripps Regional Spelling Bee. Okay, so we'll name all of them and then hand out certificates to these young men. Y'all can stay right here above me. All right, so representing Bacchus Elementary, we have Isaac Fuentes. Representing Granbury Middle School, Luke Llewellyn. Representing Bronner Elementary School is Raphael I'm going to say that wrong. Yeah, Kenose? Okay, perfect. Representing, and this is Hayden right here, representing Oakwood School is Hayden Pegrenay. Representing Acton Elementary is Caden Stutz. And representing Acton Middle School is Harper Fox. And then this is Dane McCarthy representing the STEAM Academy at Mambrino. We're happy to say that Harper is this year's runner-up from Acton Middle School, so she'll serve as the alternate. And Mr. Dane McCarthy will be serving as our Granbury ISD area champion, and he will be representing us at the Scripps Regional Spelling Bee in March. So please congratulate these students. If you've ever watched the one on the TV, that's what he's headed to. So please wish him well and give him all the good luck. And then we hope to see some good results in March. All right? Yes. Sure. Do you want to pop up first?
And good evening, Board President Gore, Dr. Morowski, esteemed trustees. I'm Dan Allard, GISD's Emergent Bilingual Dual Language Instructional Coordinator, and I have the privilege of presenting the 2025-2026 Spanish Spelling Bee Campus winners. Our district champion will compete at Region 11 on March 6th with an opportunity to advance onward to the state level. Students, when I call your name, just please come forward and receive your certificate and your photo and join me everyone in congratulating. And I'm going to speak in Spanish for my Spanish families, okay? Estudiantes, cuando vengan aquí, cuando digo sus nombres, para que las reconozcamos. Bueno? First of all, we have Ismeray Pelaez Duque, and that is from Bronner Elementary School. Come on down. And then, and next we have Dania Moreno Bucardo from Nettie Bacchus Elementary School. And Dania is this year's Granbury ISD champion and will represent us at the Regional B next month. And thank you for celebrating these outstanding students with me.
Y'all look here and smile, right? 1, 2, 3. And parents, y'all get y'all.
If we have any family, friends, teachers in the audience, please stand and be recognized as well. We'll be looking forward to watching that on TV. Okay, next up, we have our Texas Dance Educators Association All-State Honoree Stowaway, presented by Shelby Sargent.
Good evening, GISD School Board. My name is Shelby Sargent, and I am the Granbury High School Stowaways Dance Director and Pirate Dance Educator. Tonight, I have the pleasure of introducing Paisley Cogburn, the captain of the Granbury High School Stowaways. In January, Paisley represented GISD and Granbury High School as a member of the Texas Dance Educators Association, TDEA, All-State Dance Team. It's quite a mouthful. To become a member of the TDEA All-State Dance Team, a dancer must be of the highest ranking officer of their high school dance team and meet all criteria set by TDEA through academics, dance, and leadership requirements. In addition to becoming a member of the All-State Dance Team and its 300 members, Paisley was chosen as one of 5 high school dancers to receive a college scholarship. She was awarded the Founders Scholarship for her academic excellence, service to her community, leadership, and overall dance accomplishments and talent. She has worked hard, led, and given her all to the Stowaways for the last 4 years, and is the epitome of a servant leader. I am so honored to be her coach and been able to watch her grow as a dancer, leader, and young woman throughout her time as a Stowaway. Paisley is the model Stowaway. She cares for her teammates. She is heavily involved in her school, their high school drill team, student council as a spirit coordinator, member of National Honor Society, a top 25 student. She is involved in the musical theater productions and more, while also serving as a student leader at her church. She fully commits to everything she does, and she's everything that the TDEA All-State Dance Team represents. Thank you for allowing me to be here, to be her coach, introduce her, and recognize her for this amazing accomplishment for being selected as a Texas Dance Educators Association All-State Dancer and All-State Scholarship recipient. Yay. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Get a better picture.
And if we have any family, friends, teachers in the audience, please stand to be recognized as well. Okay, next up, we have our Texas Music Educators Association All-State Honoree, presented by Ms. Dwayne Fish. Yes. No? Yes?
Well, we're all here.
What are we doing?
Well, hi, everybody. Good evening. My name is Lindsay Byram. I'm one of the assistant band directors at Granbury High School. Our head director, Cody Haddock, he couldn't be here today. There seems to be a trend. He's waiting on his 4th child. So any minute now, he says to everybody. Yeah, wow. Man, look at us go. But I'm here to present Braylon Desermo. The past week and weekend, all of the band staff and Braylon were at the Texas Music Educators Association in San Antonio, Texas, and it was so much fun. You go to clinics, there are the all-state bands, choirs, and orchestras, and it's really one of the biggest music conferences in the world. We're so lucky to have the opportunity to go there and have the opportunity to compete in such a prestigious award. Over 70,000 students apply to compete in the TMEA All-State competition circuit, and Braylon was ranked 3rd in bassoon out of the entire state, which is pretty nuts, so crazy. And we were just beaming with pride. She performed in the Sinfonietta Orchestra, and that's some pretty high-level stuff that they were doing there, and to put it together in only a few days with all of these people from all over the state is really such a special experience, and you remember it for the rest of your life. So we're so proud of her. She is such a leader. She works so hard. She is kind. She's involved. She is just the star Granbury student. So we're so proud.
What instrument? Bassoon. Okay. And if we have any family, friends, teachers in the audience, please stand to be recognized as well. Congratulations. Okay, next up, we have our Schottenkirk Senior of the Month honoree, and that is going to be presented by Schottenkirk.
Hello, GISD Board. My name is Denise, and this is Misty, our General Manager, and we're here to congratulate Joycelyn Joy Ezra. Looks like you're going to be aspire to attend Tarleton and plan on majoring in psychology with social work as an alternative area of interest. Also a member of the GHS Varsity Mixed and Treble Choir. Awesome. And in addition, you participate in the UIL Spelling and Vocabulary Team, and also part of the internship at the Bronner Elementary. Awesome. We are so proud for you to be the Student of the Month. We have a certificate for you and a little spending money. Congratulations. Thank you.
All right, ready? Oh, last twice.
And if we have any family, friends, teachers in the audience, please stand and be recognized as well. Okay, next up is community donations presented by Mr. Stuart Neal.
Thank you, ma'am. This month, we have received a number of donations. First, we have a donation from the Granbury Optimist Club to the Acton Elementary Campus Activity Fund for Future Ready Leadership T-shirts in the amount of $500. A donation from Graybeck Custom Homes, Tyler Graybeck, to the Acton Elementary Campus Activity Fund for Future Ready Leadership T-shirts in the amount of $1,000. A donation from Vibe Realty, Eric Wilkins, to the Acton Elementary Campus Activity Fund for Future Ready Leadership T-shirts in the amount of $500. A donation from Scooters Coffee to the Bronner Elementary Campus Activity Fund for the 4th grade Austin field trip in the amount of $650. A donation from the Blackbaud Giving Fund, Horace Mann, to the Bronner Elementary Campus Activity Fund for the 4th grade Austin field trip in the amount of $2,500. A donation from the GMS PTO to the Campus Activity Fund for general campus purchases in the amount of $1,073.11. A donation from the First National Bank to the AMS Theater Arts Student Activity Account to support Shrek the Musical in the amount of $250. A donation from Kristen and Josh Taylor to the GHS FFA Student Activity Account for CDE scholarships sponsorships in the amount of $500. A donation from Granbury Young Farmers to the GHS FFA Student Activity Account for CDE sponsorship in the amount of $500. A donation from the Granbury Optimist Club to the GHS Choir to supplement travel to ACDA conference performance in the amount of $2,000. A donation from the Granbury Optimist Club to the Junior Optimist Club Student Activity Fund to stock the athletic freezer in the amount of $400. A donation from Heart 8 Barbecue, Ms. Vicki Nivens, to the GHS Barbecue Student Activity Account as the grand champion sponsor of the GHS Barbecue team, the amount of $2,500. Donation from Bluebonnet Meat Company to the GHS Barbecue Student Activity Team for team T-shirts, $300. Donation from the Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo to the GHS Barbecue Student Activity Account in the support of the program for $3,000. A donation from the Granbury Pirate Tennis Boosters to the GHS Tennis Campus Activity Account to supplement their travel, $4,300. A donation from Granbury Pirate Boys Golf Booster to the Boys Golf Campus Activity Account to supplement their travel in the amount of $5,000. A donation from the Pirate Softball Boosters to the GHS Softball Campus Activity Account to supplement travel, $1,886.86. A donation from Neighbors Feeding Neighbors, Josh Morrison, to the Children's Charity Fund for outstanding student meal debt in the amount of $5,000. And a donation from the Bridge Church to the Children's Charity Fund for outstanding student meal debt in the amount of $2,000, which brings the monthly total of community donations to $33,859.97. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all of the community members and organizations for your support. If you see them out and about, please remind them and think that how thankful we are for their support and what a great job they're doing in supporting the kids in our community and our schools. We couldn't do it without their help. Thank you. Okay, next item on our agenda is public comments. And with the new law in place, we have to start with parents and then community members. So our first public speaker tonight will be Adrian Martin, speaking on board election terms and prayer resolution.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Okay. Like you said, this is agenda item 13D. My understanding is the other item is no longer on the agenda? Or is it still?
They're on the agenda, yeah.
Okay. This is just regarding some of the arguments that I've heard about against changing elections to odd years. There's a lot of talk about it silencing voters. The silencing voters argument against odd year voting is revealing. If a candidate cannot motivate voters to get off the couch and go cast a vote, then the issue is with the candidate, not the calendar. If a candidate cannot earn teachers' votes, then again, that's a candidate problem. No voters are being silenced. All registered voters have the exact same opportunities to vote, no matter what number the calendar ends in. Since when do we advocate for the government to hold voters' hands in performing the most basic of civic duties? Yes, general elections do bring out more voters. Do these voters research the school board candidates? Some do, many do not. As someone that works in our county elections, this is apparent in the sheer number of people who skip school board races on general ballots or just pick the top name. Look at the number of Beto Karen Lowry voters in 2022 if you want to see evidence of this. The people who argue against extending the terms with odd year elections display an us versus them mentality. They are not looking out for what is best for the district. They are looking out for what is best for their own political interest. And with the agenda item with the resolution for the prayer, I just ask that you use inclusive language for all religions, including non-religious students. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have community members. First up is David Rogers, speaking on board election terms resolution.
Good evening, Madam President, board members. Speaking on the terms of proposed changes to terms of elections of our trustees. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "Our lives no longer matter when we say stop. Our lives no longer have meaning when we stay silent about what matters." A right to a free and fair election matters. A right to the First Amendment matters. The First Amendment's widely regarded as the cornerstone for open debate, pushing back tyranny, and transparency and voices being heard. Through open debate and free exchange of ideas, the truth becomes known. Changing the terms of elections to odd number years goes from an average of over 5,000 registered voters participating to under 2,000 voters participating. It is silencing and suppressing the voices of conservatives in this community. All lives matter, and all lives deserve safety and deserve to be protected, even the ones you politically disagree with. Right now, according to the Texas Secretary of State, over 90% of registered voters do not participate in school board elections because of the very policies that the incumbent trustees here are proposing tonight. There's been a reckless assumption by some of the incumbent trustees that by increasing revenue, you guarantee skill level achievement and academic achievement. And that's just simply not true. If you look at South Lake Carroll, they have some of the best scores in this state. They have some of the best grade level competency and academic achievement in the state. They don't have their elections in odd numbered years. I understand the need to go to a 4-year term for efficiency, but going to an odd year only guarantees suppressing the vote, and it silences the voice of conservatives in this community. Again, in Texas, we've spent over $90 billion in public education this year, a record-breaking amount, and yet we only have 24% of 8th graders that can read and do math at grade skill level. These policies have not, they've weakened and deteriorated public education every place they've been implemented. Why would you not want to go replicate the policies and procedures that have guaranteed success in some of the best districts in the state? Why implement this change? Again, this is not, suppressing the vote is not the way to go here. We need to get inclusion from the community, and we need to get buy-in from the community, not suppress and silence the voices of everybody we disagree with, where if they go to an odd-year election, only the people, the government employees, are going to control the influence of the election. This is not a representative democracy, and this is not a free republic. When you stop free and fair elections and you stop the First Amendment, every voice matters, especially the ones you disagree with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Next up, we have Devin Hash speaking on board election terms resolution.
Good evening. I'm here for a second time to ask you to move school board elections to on-cycle years. Frankly, it feels strange to have to explain basic civics to the very body that oversees education. You are elected officials. That means that your first duty is not just governance, it's democracy. Off-cycle elections produce chronically low turnout. That's not speculation. It's a pattern everywhere they're used. Fewer voters means fewer voices. And when a small fraction of the community selects leadership for an institution that serves everyone, that's not a broad representation. That's a narrow outcome by design. Our schools belong to the whole community, parents, non-parents, taxpayers, educators, students. If we truly believe in public education, we should also believe in public participation. On-cycle elections dramatically increase turnout. They lower barriers. They expand access. They strengthen legitimacy. It's not partisan. It's structural. Higher participation makes the result more representative, period. You were entrusted with oversight of civic education. The fundamentals are simple. Democracy works best when participation is maximized, not minimized. Systems should invite voters in, not quietly filter them out. Choosing to keep elections off-cycle is a choice. It's a choice about who shows up and whose voices count. As elected officials, you have a responsibility to design a system that reflects the full community, not just the most organized or the most motivated few. This is about legitimacy, and it's about trust, and it's about modeling the democratic values our schools are supposed to teach. You have the authority to fix this. I urge you to move our elections to on-cycle years and demonstrate clearly and publicly that you believe in broad, inclusive participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jackie Lopez speaking on board election terms.
Good evening. Today I urge you to reconsider the motion to move trustee elections to off-year November elections and amend the wording of your motion to move trustee elections to even-year November elections to show a desire to build trust with the community and transparency. Tonight you will discuss and take action on extending trustee terms from 3 to 4 years. While longer terms may promise stability, they erode accountability. The beauty of local government is we the people are involved in the community every day, rubbing shoulders with you. When you make decisions we disagree with, you are more accountable to us. Some may dismiss the change from 3 to 4 year terms as being minimal, but it is an extension of your terms. Since the COVID lockdowns in 2020, parents all over the nation heard for the first time at their kitchen tables what was being taught in their children's classrooms.
This sparked a national outcry from parents and communities for more transparency from the people's local school board trustees. You have all campaigned in some way, shape, or form on bridging the gap between the school district and the community and bring transparency. Unfortunately, all of you and I know that off-year elections draw out fewer voters than even-year elections. In Hood County, even-year elections have historically seen high participation, such as 72% in 24, 56% in 22, and 72% in 2020. In contrast, odd-year elections like 2023 and 2025 dropped to just 27 and 28%. Voters are engaged during even-year races, but odd-year isolation leaves most disengaged. This will reduce accountability and scrutiny. Fewer people voting means fewer eyes on you and your governing principles you campaign on. Moving school board trustee elections to off-year years have been shown to empower special interest groups, giving more sway and say to lobbies and unions who sit over who sits in your seats. GISD is the single largest employer of Hood County, and this has all the appearance and hallmarks of a collaborated push to intentionally disenfranchise and suppress voters by holding elections on off years. It appears to the average person that most of you only want those who use the system or who are employed by the system to have the biggest majority say, that you don't want an accurate representation of the school community's voice of who they want to see directing their district. School board trustees are at-large positions elected through the democratic process of being elected directly by the people. All property owners are stakeholders in the GISD system, so therefore they have direct interest in the outcome of those who we invest in. I concede to changing the terms from 3 to 4 year terms. Honestly, I think that's going to reduce voter fatigue. But if you cared at all about the true representation of the community more than the appearance of control by an indifferent minority, then the clear path forward would to be have a school board trustee elections only on even years in November when the larger percentage turn out to vote.
Thank you. Next up is Patty Cisco speaking on board term elections, or board election terms, I apologize.
Before y'all start my time, I want to thank AMS. We moved here. My grandson was a nervous little middle school kid, scared to death, and you gave him wings, and I appreciate that. Now he's in college, and he made the president's list his first semester, I might say. I'm Patty Cisco, and I live at 5701 Choctaw Drive, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on item 3D, as the others have. Changing the trustees' terms from 3 years to 4 is, in my opinion, a good thing. Obviously, more experience equals more knowledge, and I think everyone agrees. The point of contention, however, is holding the election in odd-numbered years. And I'm in favor of that for several reasons. First of all, holding an election every year is expensive and time-consuming, and let's face it, a more frequent beatdown for voters and candidates alike. But my support for the change also comes from personal observation. Sometimes I work as a poll worker in our elections. During the 2024 election, I spent a good deal of my time in the parking lot where the voters were lining up to vote. What I observed was workers from the political tent approaching voters as they exited their cars with a list of preferred candidates, each labeled, quote, conservative Republican, unquote. And that's certainly okay. But 2 of the conservative Republicans on the list were school board candidates. The complete list of Republican candidates were not included on the guide. It is no secret that the majority of voters in the general election are more likely to be interested in national and state outcomes. Unfortunately, many are uninformed about local election candidates and tend to vote for the first person listed on the ballot. Data shows that, or from the last-minute flyer they received, like the one distributed, because the candidates listed are touted as conservative Republicans, and obviously, Hood County voters are by and large Republicans. My problem with those skewed results is that school board candidates are listed on the ballot as neither D or R, because the school board candidate is supposed to be nonpartisan, given our student population comes from all walks of life. And in truth, all candidates in the last several years have been Republican, but that shouldn't matter. In odd-numbered years, the voter turnout may be lower, but the voters tend to be more well-informed and interested in the outcome, and thus the results more reflective of voter needs. And finally, to campaigns that spend most of their time slinging mud, the voters are tired of it. Please stop.
Thank you. Next up, we have Dawn Johnson speaking on board election terms.
Thank you, President and the board, for allowing me a moment to speak to you. I have only been in Hood County for 2 years, so I'm probably not qualified. I have sat in those seats for 6 years in another school district, and I've been involved in elections for 47 years, more than your age probably in most cases. But that is my deal in election. Now, number 2 on your procedure says, we believe the success of a district depends upon shared vision. You hear that? A shared vision. Who do you want a shared vision with? School board, GISD staff, parents, and community. And we'll strive the best of our ability to uphold those aspirations. So you need a shared vision between 4 people. And I'm a community. I don't have kids in school or anything else. But you know what's happened here in Hood County? County government has lost the shared vision with the communities. They did it over data center. If you ever look at the vision of what's happening in the county court these days, they support data centers in communities that do not need data centers, have no need for them. Now, the election, you're going to go to a lower turnout. That's just the way it is. I call the amendment election. People go to vote on amendments. They don't think about school board or the city or anything. Those are the amendment elections. Then you have the presidential election, even number of years. Then you have the governor election, state election, even number of years. That's the way the system is built up. And when you work in those things, you've got to understand that. So you don't destroy the vision with your community. That will cause you to have less and less support as a school board if you destroy that vision. Now, I'm assuming, Ms. Gore, are you aware how small the turnout is on odd-numbered years? Are you aware of that? Are you aware of that?
We can't answer questions.
Oh, that was a rhetorical question. Are you aware of that, Tim? Everybody is aware how little people turn out for amendment elections. They don't come out for anything else but to vote on stupid amendments. Those amendments have no meaning. They all pass anyway, 90%. That's why people don't turn out, because they're put out by the Republicans. And the Republicans control the state. So that's just the way it is. But remember, go to even numbered years. When people turn out and vote, if you don't want people, if you want to control the elections, you can do it by going to odd numbered years, and you control everything that's happened. But let the people in this community participate. Don't destroy the vision of the community. You need the community support. And usually our county government was pretty good until data centers came up, took the wrong, but anyway, I'm out of time. I could preach for you another hour, but I'll get out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public comments, so we will move on to agenda item number 9, consider action on items discussed in closed session. So I'm going to go through each of these individually. First one is staff recommendations. Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we accept all of the staff recommendations as described in closed session.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Townsend. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second.
And that's a second by Ms. Alana. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that is 7 in favor and 0 against. Motion passes. Next item is 9B, Superintendent Contract. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Bolton. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
And a second by Dr. Lawrence. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that is 7 in favor, 0 against. The motion passes. Next one is item 9C, administrative contracts. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Madam President.
That's a motion by Mr. Moore. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And a second by Mr. Bolton. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that is 7 in favor and 0 against. The motion passes. Next item up on the agenda is the superintendent's report. Dr. Courtney Morosky.
Okay, and thank you, President Court. A couple of items to share. Number one, we've had some questions about the weather days that we experienced and how we will make those days up. So I want to make sure the parents and the students hear this. We don't have to add any days to our calendar, so that's really great news. We have extra minutes that we've built into the calendar already, and then a professional development waiver that we have included, so we do not need to extend the day or add a day. We are good. Now, if there's another weather event in February or March, we may have to discuss it again, but for right now, we're good. So that's good news. Also, it's been mentioned several times, our girls basketball team is playing at the bi-district game today against Denton Ryan. I'm not even sure if it's over yet or when it starts, so it just started. Thank you for that. So congratulations to that hardworking team. Also, last weekend, we had a part debate team that was the Grandview UIL speech team champions, so congratulations to them. Today, we had our Granbury ISD elementary students competing in the 4th annual District URL academic meet at Acton Elementary. So students in grades 2 through 5 showcased their talents in a wide range of events, things like social studies, art, spelling, oral reading, storytelling, dictionary skills, maps, charts. There's tons of things in here, music memory, number sense. We're so proud of all the hard work that the students and families put into that competition today. And the events, I think the awards are posted, if you're wondering. Today, also, we have the privilege of welcoming Chris Grolnick. He's the CEO of Active Shooter Prevention Project for a powerful and informative presentation with our staff and also our local agencies. So thanks to John Mueller and your team for getting that set up. Chris is a nationally recognized expert in active shooter prevention, and we're grateful for the opportunity to learn from his expertise, along with teams like Aledo, ISD, and our police department and different agencies that came to learn from him. There's some new face here. I want to make sure that we know that Dr. Tim Roki is over here, which leads me to my last agenda item, and I'd like for Wes to come up. I have a few words to say, so come on up right here. So tonight we say goodbye to Wes Jones. For the past 10 years, Wes has been a steady and trusted presence in our district, a true staple of our team and our culture. As he closes this chapter, we also honor his remarkable 39 years in education. Nearly 4 decades of service represent countless lives impacted, lessons taught, problems solved, and relationships built. Wes, thank you for what you have meant to this district and for all that you've done for our students, staff, and community. Your legacy will remain part of who we are. It's my honor to present you with one of our challenge coins, a small token of our deep appreciation and respect for your years of dedication and service.
Dr. Brosky and Dr. Glenn and Dr. Largent. This has been a great 10 years. This is a wonderful district, and just been lucky to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, he's a maniac. Oh, sorry.
Okay, moving on to district reports. First up is in the enrollment report, Dr. Courtney Morosky.
Yes, thank you, President Gore. And I'm going to start the presentation, but then I'm going to invite very quickly up to the stage Amy Vasquez, and so she'll join us in just a minute. So, Board, I want to make sure that I include you in the conversation that we started, I believe, in January, possibly even December, about making sure that we're paying attention to our enrollment numbers. So on the screen, you'll see that there's many things that we count on for enrollment numbers. And so this is some of the Texas Education Code that deals with enrollment and our average daily attendance. But really the thing that you need to know why it's important that we talk about it is that as we begin our budget study, we want you to be aware of where we are. And so I'm excited to show you the presentation and explain where we are and to make sure that you're fully aware before going into the budgeting season. Okay, so come on up. I'm going to go ahead and hand this over to Amy. She is brand new to our district, well, brand new in the last few months, and she is our district PEMS coordinator. And so I'm going to let her take over because she is much more the expert in numbers than I am. So I'll let you take over.
Did you? Good evening. So I was asked to gather some information and documentation and just our data points for enrollment numbers. And I believe we started that in December.
Yeah.
So what we pulled originally was our snapshot data. So what snapshot is our enrollment numbers as of the last Friday in October. That is set by TEA, and it has not ever changed. It won't change moving forward. Well, it's TEA, so you know. So as of right now, we pulled 5 years, and as you can see, starting in the 2021 school year, we had an increase for the next 2 school years, and then we kind of balanced out and remained steady. And so after we started looking at these data points, we were thinking, okay, so we can see one point in the year what we're looking at for enrollment. Let's dig a little deeper and drill down. So at that point, we wanted to look over those 5 years, what did that look like on a month-to-month basis? Based off of that, you'll see these graphs or on this line chart, and we are looking at the last date of every month period from August to May so that we can pull that true enrollment data. So kind of what I wanted to really focus in on with Dr. Morawski was we're seeing that original blue line from 2022 where you see that low number and then we see the increase and it remains pretty stable throughout, and then we notice this current school year starts to look a little different, so we wanted to kind of dig deeper on why that might be that we're seeing a change of enrollment numbers. So based off of that, we wanted to know where are the students going when they leave us? After they withdraw from a district, where are they going? So one of the things we pulled, I'm so sorry, was Premier, because we do know that somewhere local that a lot of them will go, but we have noticed that our number for this year is a lot lower than it has been in past years. So we're doing something right, we're keeping them from going there. Then we're saying, okay, virtual and other public schools, what are our numbers looking like there? So we noticed, you know, and we started this in 2023, when they withdraw, where are they going? That is another virtual academy, which we know there's been a lot of those openings since then, or a public Texas school. So those are what those numbers are looking like. This year, it is a lot lower than we've seen in past years. Now, that is as of, I believe, January, last week of January, so it's pretty accurate because we'll see a little bit of change, but not too much moving forward. Homeschool. So this is another one we really wanted to look into, is why are they leaving for homeschooling? What do those true numbers look like? And so that's what this graph will show. And then after they've withdrawn from us, if we don't know where they've enrolled since then, that is what this number is showing us. So these are kids who withdrew and we're just not sure where they've gone since then. And so that is the data points that we pulled and all that information. And so now we're going to kind of discuss what's next. And did you want to go over that?
Sure, I'll do that. Okay. And I want to make sure that our community and the board knows that those 4 graphs were really the top 4 numbers, but there were other numbers and different reasons students had left, many different reasons, but those numbers were a little smaller. So I can give a more detailed report if the board would like that to the board in the future. But these were the 4 biggest categories. So the things that we learned really is that we need to do we do a good job of monitoring, but we want to make sure that we're staying on top of it, especially with the trend that we're seeing. And you did a great job of explaining that, so thank you, Amy. And she's been integral on us thinking about our processes. She has she came new to the district in October, and so really looking at the way that we do things to make sure that we have accuracy in our coding. She's also training campus staff has been important to her, and so we support her in that, making sure that they know how to code and that we're all coding the same when we're talking about students. Also, she's suggested a pre-withdrawal review process, so that way we can have just a moment with parents to think about what happens before their student withdraws. So she is training staff. I think, Art, have you started that already? Is that right? Yes, already started that. And then also, as we've talked about before, this is a great opportunity for us to explore innovative instructional models. So I'm going to let her stand up for questions that you may have and things, guidance that you would like going forward. And thank you, Amy, for coming.
Thank you for breaking that down for us and going over all the data. You know, I'm looking at these charts, and we had so much tremendous growth overall. I mean, losing some enrollment is expected on average, and we may have lost a little bit more than normal, but the majority of that growth that we've had over those past several years is, the majority of it is still here. But I do agree with this, thank you, this chart here, that drop in enrollment is a little more than previously, but I wouldn't call this a crisis level. Would you call this a crisis level? Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I've heard some chatter about that, and I just didn't think that was correct. The numbers weren't showing me that, but maybe there was something I was missing, so thank you for that.
So I do want to say one thing about the crisis level. We are not at a crisis level. We are not closing schools. We are not cutting teachers' jobs or staff jobs at all. We are monitoring. I would consider, if someone were to say declining enrollment, that is a trend over time, and we have not seen that trend over time. We're watching it, and it may or may not come, but I just want to make sure that, especially our staff, knows that no jobs are being taken, no buildings are being shut down, and that this is just informational. Just like we take our common assessments, here's our common assessment as a district, let's see how we're doing, let's monitor and get better.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I think it's great to have this data, because then it gives us an indicator of what are we doing great, what could we be doing better, and what is it that parents are looking for, so that we can offer those educational opportunities to them. And if we're not monitoring that data, then we don't know when to start asking those questions. So thank you for putting this together and getting us all this information.
I was very, oh, go ahead.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay, this is my first question as a board member. Big deal. So, Amy, I'm curious to know if you have an idea of your pre-exit interview questions, how you're going to do it, when you're going to do it. I think it's really important. I think it will help us with the data. And I shared this with Dr. Morawski, and I'll share it with the audience. The other day, and this is a quick analogy, I think it'll be quick, but it's kind of close to what we need to do here. I was getting ready to get rid of my phone carrier. We had a conversation. They talked me out of it. They did a couple of things. Really, I needed to be listened to. They needed to hear me. They needed to hear me out about the problems, and they fixed the problems. And so sometimes it's just that much, but that could amount to, I don't know what the numbers would be in terms of people deciding that this is where I need to stay. But the exit interview, I think, is very powerful and very important.
So to respond to that, we have already created the exit interview process. We've created it to where originally it starts with our PEMS clerks who receive the intent to withdraw form. And we're always going to call it an intent to withdraw, because that's the intent, but let's see if we can keep you. And so part of the questions are, where are you going next? That is always going to be our first question, because if you are not moving out of our district, then we want to go ahead and say, okay, let's pause. What can we do? And you're right. Some of it is just, a big majority of it is, I just want to be heard. I want to feel like my concerns are being met. And so that is just something we're putting in place. So the questions have been, the interview questions have been kind of, this is the baseline, but we are leaving that to the counselors, principals, and APs to dig deeper to make sure that we can address the issues. They have been trained at a meeting our campus staff has been trained to say, what red flags are we looking for to hand that off for that exit interview? Because if I am moving and I'm leaving, you're not going to keep me if I'm moving 45 minutes away. So I don't want to waste valuable time in those circumstances, but we are definitely looking for those red flags that we can adjust to.
Thank you.
Of course.
His question, your answer answered my question.
Awesome.
I think it's also significant that's only a difference of 85 students. And when you look at that number and spread that across all the campuses that we have, that's really not much, that's not significant in my opinion. We have here on the news about all the different large cities that are shutting down campuses or combining campuses or whatever. And I think so many times we begin to hear that if our numbers are dropping, oh no, we're having a campus that's going to close. We are nowhere near that in our district, nowhere near that. And I think it's just very significant that we look at that number and realize that it's really a very small number. So thank you very much for this report.
And I think the intention behind this is to make sure we're meeting the needs of our community, because if you are choosing to go somewhere else, where do we need to improve? What can we do better? What opportunities can we offer that we're not currently offering? This isn't because we are in a position like some other districts are where we're having to shut down campuses and close schools. This is because we're trying to be intentional about offering educational opportunities for our students that our community wants. And so really that is the spirit behind this. And so thank you for doing this work. It's important work and it's data that we need to have to be able to do that and be intentional about it. So thank you.
Of course.
So I want to reiterate the comments about how it's not incredibly significant, at least not to the point that we're laying anybody off or that we're closing campuses or even closing a single classroom. So that's good to know. I want to make the point though that enrollment has a proportional relationship with ADA, and ADA has a direct relationship with revenues. And so 111 students or whatever the number is it's not significant enough to lose a teacher, but it is significant enough in terms of dollar values that $500,000 will hire 7 new teachers. So that definitely has an impact on us, and it's worth noting. And so I appreciate you, Dr. Morosky, about some of your the exploration of some innovation and some innovative programs and where we might be able to hold on to those students.
I have a question. Am I correct in looking at these 4 bar graphs that the year-over-year trend line is smaller? The numbers on the 26 bar graphs are all smaller than the 25s.
But that's because it only dates to January. The others are full years.
Is that correct?
Okay, I'm so sorry. On the snapshot data or on the line graph?
These 4 bar graphs here.
Okay, so these are our withdrawal numbers. So these are students who have withdrawn from our district and gone somewhere else, and so the breakdown of these is where they have gone. So are we seeing a decrease compared to? Yes, but he's correct, it's as of January.
Okay, so is the 2025 the full year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a partial year in 26 on those graphs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
But just out of curiosity, from January on, what is the average rate that we see students withdraw? I mean, we're already over halfway through the school year. I would imagine from January on, that number doesn't grow that much.
So can we go back to the line graphs? That one. So if you'll see January where you're starting, if you look over the past years, you'll see it's not a large number. In my experience, you see a big shift between Christmas break because most parents don't want to withdraw their student in the middle of a semester. So most parents are going to choose to withdraw their students at Christmas break or that break in semester. And that's just my experience in looking at data, not only here, but in my previous district. So will we see some changes? Yeah, we'll see enrollments as well.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
That's not exactly what's reflected in the purple line.
No.
The purple line doesn't show a big drop in December or over the Christmas break. It has a pretty steady decline throughout. That's the big drop there. Yeah.
Yeah, so the number you're saying, December was as of the last day of December, which was the 31st, and then we had our Christmas break. We don't withdraw during dates that students are not in session, so that January number would have been when we withdrew those students who left that semester. So that slight drop you're seeing there from that December to January marker, that's, in my experience, that's where you usually notice more of this than a this, you know, and it's just most parents are going to be cautious about withdrawing their kids middle semester.
Thank you so much for answering our questions and all the information and explaining everything to us. We appreciate your time and effort, and thank you, Dr. Morosky, and I'm excited to see what we can do with this.
Thank you.
That's a worthwhile study. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the enrollment report. Next up, we have our CTE report. Todd Gibson.
Thank you. Good evening, all. Thank you for allowing me to be here this evening to speak about our CTE program. So February is CTE month. I think all over, definitely in the state of Texas. So it just gives us an opportunity to celebrate what technical ed does for our students when they leave us for post-secondary success. So first things first, I just wanted to throw out some numbers, some statistics for you. Granbury High School, we just saw an enrollment report, so we're just under 2,200 students at the high school. 93% of those students are in at least one CTE course. However, we have many students that take multiple CTE courses. So when you see my number there with 3,800 course requests, those are the individual classes that those 93% of the 2,200 will take. So we're averaging almost 2 CTE classes per student, and some of those classes are even 2-period or 3-period classes. So a lot of traffic down in the CTE wing of the high school. Have 38 CTE teachers at the high school as well. Actually, I added 2 more this year with our JROTC teachers who now are officially under the CTE umbrella. So AMS and GMS, we have 3 different courses, 1 in 7th and 2 in 8th grade, with almost 900 students enrolled and 9 different CTE teachers there at each of the middle schools. So I promise I'm not going to read all these slides to you. That one was just really important. So here we are at the different career clusters that are offered in Granbury ISD. The state recognizes 14 different career clusters. We offer 12 of those 14. And under each one of those career clusters, for the most part, we have different programs of study. So for example, up there I have agriculture for short, but it's actually agriculture, food, and natural resources. And under that, we offer a plant science track, an animal science track, and an ag mechanics track. So bunch of different ones there. The only 2 that we don't offer are energy, which I don't know of anybody in North Central Texas that offers energy. And we don't do manufacturing either. A lot of schools that don't have an ag program, they will do manufacturing and do their welding through that, but we decided to keep that in our FFA program. So we offer just about everything we can. So next slide. So certifications and CCMR. Try to add things to this every single year. A lot of those are repeats for the last couple of years, but some notable things that we brought on this year would be the security officer certification through our law enforcement pathway, 2 additional certifications in engineering, and then Ms. Ditto in our education and training courses. She has got a great thing going with Tarleton State University where we're able to offer kids up to 9 hours of dual credit that transfers directly to Tarleton. And again, there are several others. If you see them, you can ask me questions about here in a bit for sure. CTSOs, that is Career and Technical Student Organizations. I know Mr. Fish showed up at the beginning of the school year, and he wants everybody to be involved, and this is a great opportunity for our kids to get involved. Again, 93% of our kids are in at least one CTE course, so there are a lot of opportunities for them to get plugged in, not just in the classroom, but outside of the classroom, and go off to different events, different competitions. You can see the list there, and it's not an official CTSO, but I did want to mention that our Auto Tech group this year went to their very first competition at Texas Motor Speedway a few months ago and finished in the top half, as Mr. Beauchamp said. He was very proud of finishing in the top half at their first ever competition ever. So good showing there. And then in addition to, like, all of our students can be in a CTSO and get to compete a little bit, but we also have, for our upper level kids, we have several school businesses and practical application type classes where kids can get involved with our printing group, our floral design group, our school store, the restaurant, and the list goes on. Some highlights. Again, I'm not going to read all of these to you. I've got a handful of teachers that watch school board meetings, so I'm going to mention theirs and probably leave off the rest. You can read later. Thank you for laughing. So highlights from the year. We have 19 students competing at the DECA state competition later this week, as you can see there, and we have already qualified several for the international competition that will be back in Atlanta this year in April. Again, our FFA kids, they kill it at the Hood County Stock Show. We had, I think that's probably a record breaking. That's about 20 grand more than last year. And I got a text message last Saturday. Landry Harrington, one of our senior AgMech students, she won. She beat out 880 other kids who entered in the AgMech show, and she won the grand champion overall with her incredible smoker. If you didn't make it to the Hood County Stock Show to see it, it is something else. So very proud of her and all the work she's doing. Let's see, 3 barbecue teams this year, and all 3 of them, about midway through the season, have already qualified for state. So that's an exciting thing. And one of those teams, they got runner-up at the Fort Worth Stock Show and runner-up at the San Antonio Stock Show. So very proud of those kids for competing hard. So as you can see, our kids, they do a lot, and they have a lot of success as well. So this group, I've always bragged about because I've been over their travel and their budget, and that's a chore, so I get to take credit into some of their success. But thanks to House Bill 120, again, they fall under that CTE umbrella. So 10th year in a row, they are a top 10, or excuse me, a Naval Honor School for the 10th year in a row, and they've won the MCRA Outstanding Unit Award, which makes them the best JROTC Marine Corps in the world for the 5th straight year. So very proud of those guys. Yeah. First Sergeant Guerra is brand new to us this year, and he has hit the ground running. They have not slowed down in the different competitions and where they get involved with all their service activities they do throughout the town. As a matter of fact, the very first thing he did when he got to Granbury is he said, I just got 2 giant telephone poles donated, and I want to bury them behind the pavilion for a competition we're going to do. And I looked at him like he was crazy, but they are going to a competition called the Raider Team that you can see there, and starting to figure it out and have a little success there as well. And our JROTC is far beyond just competitions and trying to get kids ready for the military. They teach a lot of community service, leadership, and their curriculum is pretty rich, and it's good for all kids, so regardless of what their plan is after high school. This was an exciting piece of news that I got back in the fall, and we did put it out there, but we're about to throw it out there again. We are a CTAT, which is the Career and Technical Association of Texas. They're the largest CTE advocate and organization in the state of Texas. They hold conferences, PD, all sorts of different things. It's a great group to be a part of, and we, along with 70 other school districts, 70 sounds like a lot, but I believe there's over 1,200 school districts in the state of Texas, along with 70 others, were awarded the CTAT District of Distinction Program Award. I'm just going to read this because they put it in much better words than I could. It says the CTE District of Distinction Program was designated or was designed to celebrate outstanding career and technical education programs across Texas. Honored districts are selected based on their ability to meet rigorous criteria that includes innovative programming, industry-based certifications, alignment with workforce needs, and exceptional student outcomes. So very proud of the teachers, the kids, everybody that's poured in, you all for allowing us to do what we do. Questions?
I don't know that it's a question so much, but I'm a big fan of your program, so Thank you for that. I credit a lot of, I mean, I'm not afraid to take apart a car, and I'm not afraid to do my own work on my, I can do anything that you can do on a house, and I credit that back to, back then we called it vocational training, but.
Yes.
But I credit all that back to that kind of education and what you're doing, and I appreciate it. And my sons went through your programs too. I loved it, so
yes,
thank you.
yes. Well, while we're thanking each other, thank you for approving 9C along with the rest of the board members on the agenda.
So I want to echo some of what Tim just said. My oldest daughter, well, I have 3 daughters. One's graduated from the high school, and then 2 are in the high school right now. My oldest daughter took advantage of the health and career track. As a senior in high school, was a certified pharmacy tech working at CVS while she was still in high school. And that has given her a leg up in college now, where she's now on track to be nursing. And the nursing school told her it was her education here in the health science classes at Granbury High School that gave her a leg up. So you're doing tremendous work for the kiddos, and I really, really appreciate you.
I love that. Thank you. Thank you.
I was wondering, what are we hearing as far as the construction branch?
So it's very quiet right now because we're just offering the one class to freshman and sophomore. Next year we'll add a course. It's the sophomore level course. We'll offer it to sophomores and juniors. It's called Construction Technology. It's a 2-hour class where they get more in depth with all the different practices in carpentry. So right now it's just very, very basic knowledge, kind of like most of our freshman principals classes, but they are working through a certification program through NCCER, which is the standard for construction science. So excited to see how that turns out this spring.
Yeah, I'm excited that we're adding that, and
absolutely
see what that looks like in the future. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for all your work and all the educators who pour their hearts into our kids. It's because our kids are big fans of this program that it's so successful, and it's the educators that help instill that passion in them to be involved and to find joy and find their people in these programs. So
100%.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to walk away before somebody says something else.
So
Okay, next up we have the hybrid virtual learning model presented by April Allison and Whitney Schaefer. I'm excited to hear this one. I've been excited to hear all of them, but.
Okay. Okay. You ready? Yeah, okay. Good evening, trustees and Dr. Morawski. Thank you for the opportunity to share an early look at a proposed hybrid virtual learning model for Granbury ISD. We are presenting tonight a pilot concept, not a finalized program. Our goal is to provide a high-quality overview of why we're exploring this option, what it is, and just as importantly, what it is not. This work is focused on expanding student options while maintaining the rigor, accountability, and connection that define Granbury ISD. Why are we exploring this now? Across Texas, we are seeing shifts in how families approach education, whether it's homeschooling, virtual options, or other non-traditional pathways. At the same time, the Texas Senate Bill 569 has provided districts with more flexibility to thoughtfully design hybrid learning models. Rather than reacting to these changes, we believe this is an opportunity to be proactive, to offer a flexible option that keeps students connected to Granbury ISD, our campuses, and our programs. We are also developing a phased communication plan to ensure families, students, and community receive clear, accurate information as this work progresses. What the model is and is not. This is where we want to be very clear. This model is a hybrid approach for students in grades 9 through 12 that blends online coursework with intentional on-campus participation. Students remain Granbury ISD and Granbury High School students with continued access to athletics, CTE, fine arts, JROTC, and other campus opportunities. Just as important, this model is not a return to COVID-era emergency virtual learning. It is not a reduced expectations option, and it is not a shortcut to graduation. The lessons learned from past virtual experiences are exactly why we are approaching this carefully and intentionally.
All right, so this slide is our program at a glance. So this slide provides a quick snapshot of the concept at a high level. The model is designed for grades 9 through 12, uses the hybrid virtual format, requires an on-campus connection, and maintains the same academic standards as our in-person programs do. Most importantly, this is being approached as a pilot. I cannot stress that enough. With details still in development and refinement as we go. We've intentionally kept tonight's presentation at this level with supporting planning documents available separately for board review if desired. All right, so who is this model designed for? This model is not intended to serve every student, and that is by design. The hybrid virtual learning model is being developed for students who can manage independent learning with support, who value flexibility alongside accountability, and who want to remain connected to campus life and to programs. The fit matters. Our goal is not to replace traditional instruction, but to provide an additional pathway for students who are well suited for this type of learning environment. To protect the quality of this model, we are planning very clear safeguards, including an enrollment request process and a student readiness review that looks at multiple indicators of success. Because this begins as a pilot with limited capacity, participation will be guided by a readiness review to ensure students are well suited for the model. Our next steps include finalizing the enrollment request framework and readiness rubric, continuing with stakeholder input and returning to the board with updates as the work progresses. We appreciate the opportunity to share this early work and welcome your guidance as we continue planning. Ultimately, this work that April and I have poured our hearts into is about meeting families where they are while staying true to our standards and values of Granbury ISD. And we look forward to continuing this conversation with you and others.
I just want to take a minute and brag on these two ladies, because when they say pour their heart into it, they are being very serious. So this is a very high-level look, but they have gotten into the details, and they've had conversations, and we meet every Friday. And so I'm thankful for your work, and I think you guys did a great job of presenting the overall concept. So thank you.
I want to stress again that it's not the COVID solution.
It is not.
I'll let you speak to that more clearly.
Absolutely not the COVID solution.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to try to stress too that you really emphasize hybrid. I hope people understand that it's not totally online. I don't know what percentage will be hybrid face-to-face versus online, but I know if you do hybrid well, you can do it very well. And this comes from someone who's taught hybrid classes at the collegiate level. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for the information. I'm excited about this program and what it's going to offer for our students. And many times this curriculum with the virtual program, the rigor can actually be higher because it has that stigma of being a virtual program. It almost makes it mandatory for the rigor to be higher because of that. I know the university where I got my degree, that was the case. The rigor was so much higher. It was competency-based, and it would have been easier for me to go into a classroom sometimes for those classes. So thank you, and appreciate all the hard work, and look forward to what this is going to look like in Granbury ISD.
I have a question. Is this something that could be used in summer school?
Do you want me to talk?
Just a thought.
Well, so the curriculum that we are looking at, I am going to pilot this summer in the acceleration program at the high school.
Okay.
So we are going to use that and go from there.
This is a pilot.
It is. During the acceleration, the high school, summer school, there's 3 parts. We have the EOC retakes, we have the credit recovery, and the acceleration piece. And the curriculum that we're looking at using, we are going to use for acceleration this summer. So that's where we're going to start it this summer.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have our taper report. Ms. Stacy Brown.
Oh, it's so exciting. Let's go. Jazz hands, everybody. All right, you guys, so I am here tonight presenting the annual report, which encompasses the Texas Academic Performance Report. They are publicly presented as required in statute, and the full taper report will be published for review on our website in the days following our meeting tonight. So every bit of the taper will be online. All right? All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to get started, and we're going to talk a little bit about academic performance. This first graph that you see represents performance at the elementary level in reading, mathematics, and fifth grade science. Of course, fifth grade science is only tested at fifth grade in the elementary level, and this is specific to STAR, and STAR, of course, is the State of Texas Assessment of Academic Readiness. This represents data from last year, so I would just want to make sure that everybody's with me. This is last year data, and as you can tell by our elementary graph right here, that we continue to perform above the state and region in all elementary areas tested. Awesome. Yeah. All right. Moving on into looking across our middle school data, we see several areas of continuing at or above state and region, as well as a couple areas that we are targeting specifically for growth. This year, just to remind everybody that we initiated full implementation of an aligned math curriculum from kinder through Algebra 1 as one of our district-wide initiatives. The only other thing that I'd like to point out is with regard to 7th and 8th grade math, keeping in mind that our 7th grade accelerators actually test on the 7th grade skills. Our 8th grade accelerated learners test in Algebra 1. And so those are removed from the population. All right? Questions going on? I'm like, I missed a spot. Absolutely. It is, and that, math has been trending for the last couple of years. That's the reason that we went with a fully aligned curriculum. That was our goal, to make sure that any specific, any specific dips that come in, we want to make sure that we're addressing them with a TEKS aligned standard, that we're catching it before we get to the point where it starts to show. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Okay. And I just want to clarify that this is pre-Bluebonnet math.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So
Right.
These scores don't reflect what we've now done with the Bluebonnet math alignment.
Correct. All right, moving on into our EOC for our end of course exams, we continue to outperform the state and the region. And although we had a slight dip that you're looking at in biology, it really is not in the biology comparison, because our students continue to perform at the 90th percentile. So it looks, we went from 94 to 90, but still an A. That's right, still an A. All right, the next thing goes on to a little bit of a closer look at the taper itself. So in looking at our graduation rate, we're at 93.6%, again, above the state average, and our students graduated on time. The 1.5% that is listed there actually has to be is represented specifically as the continued high school students who didn't graduate in the 4 years' time, but are still enrolled and actively progressing towards graduating. We would call them a 5-year. Does that make sense? Okay. Our advanced placement and dual credit course completion trends, although it looks like they are below the state, when you add in our dual enrollment course completion, it's triple the amount of what the state does. And so when you add those two together, our students are taking and completing advanced coursework more than the state average every year. The college, career, and military ready data, of course you heard Todd, as well as the CTE industry-based certification, those are lag data. So those are coming from a 23-24 school year. Both continue to be significantly above the state and regional level, indicating that our students not only earn a diploma, but they demonstrate the readiness for college or career or military through all of the indicators, such as TSI scores, college credit classes, earned IBCs, completing and approving the CTE cohort sequence, etc. SAT and ACT average scores also continue to be above the state average as well.
Again, that, I'm sorry. Give me again that 1.5.
The 1.5 represents continued high school students who did not graduate in the 4 years, but are still enrolled, still continuing to pursue that degree.
I got you. And as a 1970s hard rock kid, I just want to say APDC. I don't have a reason.
Metallica rules, just saying. Okay. All right. The next one that we're looking at, it is titled as demographic numbers. However, the state calls them reporting categories. They're used to monitor academic process and progress, identify barriers, ensure accountability and access, and target supports or resources for where students need the most support. The state uses these specific reporting categories to help shine a light on how our systems are working with different groups. And then, of course, the next one is your special program information, which describes how instruction and support are delivered to students. The data that comes from these specific programs are used to help evaluate our effective programs and the structured instructional pathways or services that we offer. So cohorts represent shared characteristics, while programs really are about instructional pathways. Okay. This is a very, very busy slide, but I'm going to tell you guys, remember in the fall of this year, we approved our campus and district improvement plans, which highlighted in great detail the performance objectives and areas to target for our campuses and our district. This chart is just another way to look at those opportunities, highlighting one or two areas of, we would call them not opportunities, but just opportunities of future growth, as well as the glows or the highlights for our district. We have so many great things to brag about in Granbury ISD, but we don't rest on our laurels. We always push to increase student success in all areas. One of the mandatory annual report information talks a little bit about district accreditation status. It basically is, we're meeting state standards for operating a public school system academically, financially, and operationally. So what encompasses the district accreditation status is specifically the first rating, which is financial rating, which I think is superior. Is that correct, Emmett? Oh, okay. It also is our 2023 accountability rating, and the last one that was posted was 23-24, and we are accredited. Our special education determination status is based upon multiple indicators. It talks specifically about compliance, student outcomes, as well as systems and monitoring. So this designation means we're meeting all state and federal expectations for special education in compliance and in how systems support our students' outcomes. How y'all doing? Wake up. Okay. All right. So this is one of the great slides that we talk about that has to do with campus distinctions. Not only does TAPER indicate how our campuses in our district are doing compared to the state and the region, but it also highlights campus distinctions, which is basically how our campuses compare to a list of 39 other comparable schools, so things that are much like themselves. Campus distinctions show where campuses are outperforming their peers. And so it's a big list, multiple distinctions, but you guys already knew that. It's all good. All right, the next thing that is a mandatory annual report specific to safe schools and the discipline action summary. So in school year 24-25, there was one disciplinary action noted under the safe schools violent or criminal incidents, and the action was reported under Code 35, which is a false alarm. The The majority of our discipline actions are general student code of conduct infractions, just over 2,000, of which nearly about 1,500 are general codes of conduct. So disrespect to another student, a variety of different things handled on campus. And of course, we have a ton of preventions. You heard AMS talk a lot about the CKH character traits and the lessons. We also have Can Do You lessons that our counselors have access to, leadership opportunities on all campuses, which is expanding next year to the high school. We're adding in, I believe, a lead worthy course at that level, education regarding dangers of drug use and abuse, Red Ribbon Week, partnership with Hood County Substance Abuse Council, many community entities, etc. We continually shift towards restorative discipline practices to make sure that we are building that connection with our students so we'd have less discipline issues. All right, here's another one. Psyched to see this one. So this data right here is from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. It breaks down the data of student GPA for the first year of college for our graduates that began college in Texas in the fall of 2024. This gives us information on how our students do when they leave us, and give us a little bit of information regarding how we prepared our students for what came next, not just to graduate, but to persist and to succeed as well. What questions do you have? None? Okay, thanks. No.
I really wish we could get data. I know this is only 4-year and 2-year public colleges and universities, but I mean, we have so many students that go out of state, so many students that go to private schools, and I would like to make sure that they're doing well too. And there's just really no way for us to get that data, is there?
They actually, we were looking up all the different, is it not trackable, is it not found, is it, independent colleges, and so not found are those students that are enrolled in private colleges, out-of-state colleges, military service, workforce, all of those different areas. The THECB chalks them up to not found. Yeah, yeah. No, thank you. No, I'm sorry. Which one was that, Mr. Bolton?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that one. You just passed it, wherever it went.
Special program information?
No.
Oh,
Table.
Glow. I apologize.
So just looking at the first line, where it says we have an opportunity in 5th grade math, and then Glow is our approach to address that opportunity. Is that what my other column is over there?
So our opportunity means that this would be kind of a target area. And so, for example, the first one on the opportunity is the 5th grade math at Acton Elementary. The meets category is a different level of completion, or not really completion. It's a different level of achievement on the STAR test. And so it's a higher level of achievement. So is that what your question was?
Well, no, I just want to, when you go across from left to right,
yes,
at Acton Elementary School, fifth grade math represents an opportunity for us to make additional improvement. Is that what you're describing there?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then in that Glow column, is that what we're doing to address that opportunity? Or?
Those are actually achievements that have already happened. We're highlighting those achievements that the campus was able to make specific to.
This is where we have more opportunity. This is where we're excelling.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Opportunity.
Well,
yes.
So I want to say then, where we're excelling in 3rd grade math has to have a ripple effect downstream on 5th grade math, and so then that. Yeah. Okay.
It absolutely does.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Oh.
Thank you, Stacy. Appreciate all the information. I know this is a mountain of information to try to just simplify down into bits and pieces and chunks that we can actually digest. So thank you for all your hard work in putting this together for us and helping us get a grasp of the bigger picture of where we're at and how we're doing.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Okay, next up, we have 2026-2027 budget assumptions. Emmett Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you, you have the 26-27 budget assumptions. I kind of like to start where we are this year currently. We do have a just over $100 million budget that does show a $2 million deficit budget. That is for our 6 buses that we purchased this year and the HVAC project that we have that's fixing to go on this summer. We do have, presented last month, we did have our AFR, our annual financial review, that showed that we had a $30 million fund balance. Of that fund balance, $19 million of it was committed. Of that committed fund balance, we did have the frozen levy retention fund, which is at $16.8 million. One day, we will get to stop talking about that, but that won't be today. We will bring that back to you and we will uncommit that fund balance before the end of the year for the next annual financial review. And of that, with that $16.8 million, we remember that that was the 24 audit that we filed with the comptroller on frozen levy loss. That we had to commit that in August, but in October they did an audit and they reviewed their values and found that they did not update our T values when they paid us that $16.8 million and found that it should have been $1.7 million, and they moved that $15 million to this year's revenues. So we're now carrying that in our deferred revenue. So it kind of made our committed fund balance look inflated for our annual review last year. Okay, so we're going to move that at the end of the year. So that's kind of where we are for this year. That's kind of that first page, and it kind of explained that to you when you looked at that. So we'll talk about our revenues for our assumptions. We do expect taxable values to go up as we do every year. But if you remember, House Bill 3 and Senate Bill 2 from past legislatures did change the way we calculate our revenues, and they did put a 2.5% cap on that. And then in addition to that, this year's Senate Bill 4 and Senate Bill 23 put an additional homestead exemption from $100,000 to $140,000. Senate Bill 23 increased the elderly and disabled exemptions from $10,000 to $60,000 in addition to that $100,000 to $140,000. So we have to take those into consideration as well. And then we talk about maximum compressed tax rate that we always talk about every year. There's 2 calculations, and you have those calculations in there. There's the compression from state, and there's compression from local compression, and the 2 calculations are there. And there's a little typo in the paragraph for state compression, but the formula there is correct. You start with the maximum compressed tax rate that the state used last year, which was 63.22 cents, and then you do the 2.5% calculation. If you calculate, the state is assuming a 5.6% growth in property growth, and you do that calculation, you end up with a maximum compressed tax rate next year for the state level at 61.36 cents. If you use the local compression, which we started with a 61.46 cents, and you do the calculation, and I just calculated a 12% tax increase. Sorry, am I moving too fast? Oh, sorry, I didn't know he was doing that. He's never done that for me before, sorry. If you use that calculation, it brought us to a 56.25%. Now, that didn't take us to the floor this year. I use that percentage on purpose. The floor for next year, if we use this calculation, would be a 55.22 cent tax rate. Now, I use a 12%. We usually grow more than that. But I use a 12% because this is the second year of biennium. I expect us to be more in line with that, so it wouldn't take us to the floor. So if you compare those 2, we have to use the lower of the 2. So we would use the 56.25 cents as our maximum compressed tax rate. However, we get to add the 17 cents that the taxpayers approved in November of 23. So you would take the 56.25 cents and add the 17 cents. That would be our M&O tax rate. Now, having said that, the 26 formulas have not been approved by TEA yet. So this is just an assumption at this point of how we would calculate. Now, this is the second year of biennium, so I expect the formulas to be pretty close to that. But until TA approves those, we won't know that for sure. Again, this does include the 2.5% cap that House Bill 3 put in place back in 2019, whenever that legislation came out. It's a pretty good assumption that that's going to be the same this year, because there's not a legislature that's going to change it at this point. So, but until TA puts it out, this is just an assumption, but more than likely it's going to happen since it's the second year of a biennium. We will use a 99% collection rate because historically that's where we end up. We will, at this point, use a 0% student growth. Now, we will keep analyzing PIMS data and use that as we go along. We will, for lack of a better word, watch those numbers. They may move up or down depending on where those numbers land. But right now we're going to use a 0% student growth depending on where those PIMS numbers land. Because principals are going to come in and they're going to say, well, I need more teachers, and we're going to sit there and they're going to have to prove it to us. And if they do, and then they can prove that to us, those numbers may change. But again, revenue is based on ADA, as we heard you say earlier, and that's the truth of it. So we'll see how that goes, and we'll take their consideration. And if they agree with my numbers, or if I agree with their numbers, we'll see how that goes. We will receive some state aid under House Bill 3 from 2019 again. This year, currently, we are scheduled to pay about $3.8 million in recapture. And with the numbers the way they are, we expect to pay about that same amount in 2026, 2027. I don't expect that to change because we are a property wealthy district, and that we will have to pay recapture again in that year. The expenditures, just like I talked just a minute ago, I will do a PIMS data roll up. I will draw their numbers down. I will roll those numbers up into the next grade level, and then I will do an assumption and a calculation of what their kindergarten numbers and pre-K numbers will be, and that's what we'll do for each campus, and that's what we'll project their numbers to be. They will get a per pupil allocation at that point, and then that's what we'll base their allocation for. That will not be their salaries. We'll base that on their staffing, what they will need to staff those classrooms, but that will be with their per pupil allocation for their needs for supplies, and those things will be what they get for that for their allocations. Central office departments will get the same as they got last year, except for the additional allocation last year of $106 for enrollment. Those numbers will go to utilities and to fuel, because that's what we allocated those to last year. Instead of having to amend those later on, we were going to go ahead and put those in those department allocations. And I plan to put those in there at the beginning of the year this year. And I want to say it was about $500,000 for additional utilities, and I want to say it was pretty close to about $350,000 for fuel. And we're going to go ahead and put those in those departments. And I think those are the exact numbers that I put in there, but as we move further into the budgeting, we'll let y'all know those numbers for sure. But I think that's what it was. It's about $850,000 in additional funds they got for those. This is the second year of biennium, so there's no additional monies coming towards us for those things. So when we talk about staffing formulas, we'll use the same staffing formulas unless there's some new things that we have coming towards us that we don't know about. But anything that's going to be coming towards us will be the teacher's salaries. And the only thing we're looking at right now will be steps that the teachers get for their years of service. We think we've made great strides for our teaching salaries and our other salary schedules, especially with the BATRE. We think we've made pretty good strides in getting those in to bring us kind of in line with other districts around the area. We know we still have some work to do in those areas, but I don't think this is the year that we can step out there and make those corrections. I think we'll know more in the coming years when it's a legislative year to see if there's more money coming towards us to be able to make those adjustments, but we'll work together to see where we can be more competitive in those areas. The district we still have the the intention of contributing $378 towards health insurance per month for all district employees or all full-time employees. And then for ongoing financial management, we intend to identify programs that we don't need to get rid of, or if there are financial needs that programs that we need to look at those individually and add those as needed. When we start having those meetings with the departments and the campuses, anything that's outside of those programs, they bring them to the superintendent and the executive cabinet, and we evaluate those, and if they're needed, then we make adjustments where we have to bring them into the budget. So we're all here. If you have any questions, we can do our best to answer those.
All right, I'll go. So I appreciate the 0% growth assumption in your calculations.
Mhm.
I worry that we're seeing enrollment and the equivalent or the proportional amount of ADA tapering off, and so I worry that we might be setting ourselves up. I appreciate that it's zero, that I think that's a conservative assumption. I don't know that it's quite conservative enough. I don't want to be in a position where we overspend more than ADA brings us in revenues. We're not in that kind of situation, though.
I think if you look at my budgets in the past, I'm pretty conservative in my budgets.
I think so.
I think when you look at my FRs, I don't think you see very many financial reviews where I've had a deficit come through. So I'm pretty conservative when it comes down to the nitty gritty. I push Ms. Clark for 96 ADA, and I get close, but I don't get what I want usually. AMS gets close.
Uh-huh.
I like it better if it was a cake.
It was a good idea, I promise.
All right, I appreciate that. I just wanted to give you a chance to say that.
Thank you, Mr. Watford. As always, it's a pleasure to go over this with you. And yes.
Oh, you do have. I'm sorry, you do have a calendar in here.
That's what I wanted to say.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, uploaded on the agenda item also, you should have printed out the calendar, and it lists in detail what will happen all the way until you approve the tax rate at the very bottom. So, thank you to Emmett for making it so clear exactly how the budgeting process works. So, this is only the beginning.
Yay, I love it. Thank you so much.
Hey, so I love that calendar, you know that I do, so thank you for that, and having, I wasn't prepared to speak on this, but but I love this in concept, and I love it in that it's manifest like it has, and so thank you again for that, both of you, all of you.
Okay, next is financial statements for period ending in January 2026. Mr. Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you do have the financial statements ending in January 31st, 2026. These are the transactions that occurred between September 1st, 2025 and January 31st, 2026. Revenue collected to date does equal 66.97% of the budgeted amount compared to 65.85% in 24 and 25. The expenditures to date represent 39.88% of the budget compared to 42.09% in 24 and 25. There's nothing really too significant in there. There was I noticed this morning whenever I was going through it under other local income, there was 117% that actually had to be moved under, down under state funding, and it just moved it down to under state funding, which moved it up to a little bit more than 111, but that has to do with the 16.8 again, because it's still carrying into this year. But that was just they moved a deposit into the wrong area, and I caught it this morning. Sorry.
You're not supposed to tell them until they make money.
Well, no, we're still making money on that, but it was put in the wrong category, and I didn't catch it till this morning.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the cash flow and investment report for period ending January 2026. Mr. Whitfield.
Yes, ma'am. You do have the investment and cash flow report in front of you. In the month of January, we made $311,179.61. This time last year, that amount was $247,596. Again, we're making that money for that $16 million, actually it's $15 million now, work for us. The total that we've made for this year is $1.174 million, and last year at this time we had only made $786,000. So again, that money is working for us. It will eventually be our money, but at this time it's just money that we have in our deferred revenue, and it's just working for us.
That's all right, I'll take it.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I put in a plug for Brent to get us some big screens so we can see this tiny print?
I had to print it out on legal paper.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Mr. Whitfield. Moving on to consent agenda. Does anybody need to take a break? Are we good? All right, let's keep on going. All right, moving on to consent agenda items. Does anybody need to pull any of the items for discussion? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented?
Madam President, I move that we approve the consent agenda items as presented.
All right, I have a motion by Mr. Moore. Do I have a second?
Second.
And a second by Mr. Bolton. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that is 7 in favor and 0 against. The motion passes. Next on the agenda is discussion action items. 13A, discuss transportation seatbelts, SB 546. We have Brian and Hussein and Emmett Whitefield. I'm not sure who's coming up to speak, but okay.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about some of the, I guess, gift the Texas legislature has given us, kind of tongue-in-cheek, seatbelt requirements for school buses. What this SB 5486 does, it requires seatbelts on all buses that transport students. So if they're transporting students, they gotta have seatbelts on them. And that's beginning, I'm kind of getting the bullet points a little bit out of order, but that begins in September 1 of 2029. This is being implemented through Transportation Code 547. And this is gonna make a little bit more sense as we go a little bit more into this, but districts have to make budget limiting decisions on whether it's possible to replace the school buses by the end of the school year. By the end of by September 1st, 2029.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
this year is no.
I'm sorry, I got a little bit confused there myself. 27 buses, we currently have 3-point seatbelts.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, so let's go back to that, because I think that you said two things.
Yes.
But I think two things are true. That the legislature has put it upon school boards to make an assessment of where we are and to be able to answer, what's my deadline for being able to answer? That's this year. So the school board, I guess school boards in plural across the state, have to make a decision this year.
You have to decide if you can replace the school buses.
If we can replace the school buses or otherwise comply with the 3-point seatbelt requirements.
What will happen, and we'll talk a little bit later on in the presentation, if you can't afford to replace the school buses, then we have to report to the legislature what's going on.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. I think that's an important distinction.
27 of our buses are fully equipped with seatbelts. 59 buses do not have 3-point seatbelts. 44 have none at all. 15 have 2-point lap belts. Those are those are our special ed buses. So
This says 56. Is it 56 or 59?
it's 59 total.
That's what 59.
I have 59 too.
44 no seat belts, 15 2-point races.
Oh, okay.
We may have updated, and sometimes we have to update a little bit as we move
Okay,
through the week.
okay.
Sorry, y'all.
Yes,
This is the
ma'am.
first one.
Yes, sir.
So it may be updated because we did add 6 buses this year. So that could be where the discrepancy is.
We didn't add 6 buses that don't have seatbelts.
No, we did not. So I don't know. So I'm not sure where the disconnect is, but we're gonna go with what's on the screen.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I know I'm sorry.
I apologize, but we're gonna go with what's on the screen.
So the 44 and the 15 together is the 59.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Those require installation of 3-point belts. Total estimated cost to replace those 59 buses with buses that have 3-point belts is $8,736,000.
Okay, I just want to say right here that this is just an estimate right now. We have more costs coming in, that we will have a better estimate next month for you of what this will be. This is just a ballpark at this point.
Yes, that's a straight 72-passenger school bus. That doesn't include the specially equipped special needs buses that 15 of those are.
That number, that 8 million number, 8.7 million number, is more likely to go up than down.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, most definitely. Because that 8 million was based upon when we bought the 6 buses, and I went with the high price, which was 159. And from my sources, they say that number's going to go up significantly.
And so just to put a little perspective on it, it isn't necessarily bad that let me figure out where to start that sentence. Knowing that number is as high as it is, and it looks onerous.
Yes, sir.
The responsibility that the board has is to make this kind of assessment and then carry that back to the state to say, you've put this responsibility on us, and it comes with a heavy dollar expenditure on our part. And then we make a plea then to the state, or the state will come to some decision that they may or may not help to fund these things.
Yes, sir. When I finish this report, I'm gonna read a piece of the law to you so you can make a informed decision.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I'm going to turn the legal stuff over to Mr. Hussein right now, and he's going to talk a little bit more about what y'all's responsibility is and what you need to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Good evening, board, Dr. M. So under Transportation Code 547-701, the board must determine whether purchasing or contracting for buses equipped with 3-point seat belts is financially feasible for Granbury ISD. This determination will trigger subsequent reporting requirements by TEA that's SB 546 dictates on us. So board action must be taken in a public meeting such as this one. So this is to your question, Mr. Bolton. So if budget does not permit full compliance, then the information must be presented in a public meeting. And I will have a recommendation on the last slide. The number of buses by seat belt type, no belts, 2-point belt, and 3-point belt. 3-point belt. An estimated cost to equip each bus with 3-point seat belts. So right now, the cost to retrofit the current buses we have is about $2 million. This is an estimate. Some of these retrofits will also void the warranties that we currently have on those buses. This is also mentioned in SB 546. The board minutes and the agenda from the meeting that we vote on will be required for TEA submission. So the reporting timeline, it's open in November 11, And I know this date sounds early, but we are way ahead of the game in comparison to other school boards. The reporting deadline is the last day of academic year, so May 29, 2026. It has to be submitted through TEA Sentinel as the bus reporting model that they just opened. And then we will have to include all up-to-date documentation, including board minutes where the board approve or decline the approval for the budget, and cost estimates for replacing the buses. Only required for districts making a budget limitation determination. So this will only be needed if the board decide to not fund the estimated $9 million to replace the buses. TEA is collecting this data for potential funding. So that's the reasoning behind SB 546, and that is mentioned in the law. Data will be used to evaluate potential state funding mechanism. School districts may be eligible to participate in grants program for seat belt installation. All additional details on grants program will be provided by TEA in the coming months, and I know for a fact that TEA has a deadline of January 1, 2027 by the legislator to submit and combine all the data they're collecting from us. So, what's the next step? Next step, administration would be presenting a detailed feasibility report and final cost information to the board next month. The board will review and discuss the implications for the district budget and operations. The board will take action on feasibility determination at that public meeting. If the budget constraints apply, board will present required information publicly. The district will submit required cost reports and supporting documentation to TEA by May 29, 2026. There was a question earlier about the numbers. So the number of the buses, we have the same buses. However, SB 546 defines what a bus is, and it's more than just the big yellow bus. So there are activity buses. So every bus that transports students that is owned and operated by Granbury ISD has to be on that list. So we went back and made sure that all those buses per SB 546 are reflected in the number we shared with you tonight.
Okay, so he kind of mentioned what I was going to talk to you about, but by January 1st, 2027, the Texas Education Agency shall collect the information submitted under subsection F, calculate the total amount of financial assistance needed for all school districts to come in full compliance with subsections E, and summarize and make available to the governor, the lieutenant governor, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and each member of the legislature the information described by subsections 1 and 2. What they're doing is they're collecting information to find out how much it's going to cost to help supplement this for all districts. Because, this is costing us $9 million, but a district that has a lot of buses could cost them $40 million to $50 million. So they're trying to figure out how to fund this.
It's $9 million that we hadn't otherwise planned for.
So, yeah, right. So we talked a minute ago about our budget is $100 million, okay? We talked about we have a $30 million fund balance. Now, this year, we actually had an issue where we sold some land, so we're going to have a little bit of money. But even if we were to spend $9 million, that's going to put us about 24 or 25% of our operating budget, okay? So, but board policy, we had to be at 20. So now we've depleted our fund balance down to a situation that if we have an emergency that costs us, if we have a roof go down, we're going to be in a situation where we depleted us below board policy. So that's the kind of things that you have to think about whenever you're answering this question. Can we spend $9 million on these amount of buses in 2 years?
Plus, these are older buses, correct?
This is true. Yes, ma'am.
So these are older buses that we're not going to have for that long, and we're going to put all this money into these older buses.
This is true. And this $9 million is replacing buses. So we're already in a process where we're replacing 6 to 8 buses a year.
That's what we're gonna go to next to build.
We're gonna be in a situation where we're gonna have to replace these buses, but this answer that we're gonna give them is they're gonna help us step up to help supplement. I believe, I don't know.
They don't promise any dollars yet.
Right, they haven't promised any dollars yet, but this sounds like they're gonna help us get there. We're gonna continue doing what we're doing.
Yeah.
We just may have to do it at a faster pace. But I think that for us to say, we can't do $9 million or $9.5 million in 2 years. I mean, these are things that we need to think about.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah.
These are things that we need to think about at the dais to say.
Well, and it feeds back, trustees, it feeds back to the calendar that we saw at the end of the last report, that we already have a go-forward plan for replacing those buses at regular intervals. And so that being true, then some of those might already be slated to be replaced in the next couple of years. And all things.
Right, that makes no sense.
Right.
Yeah.
But isn't it kind of of Austin to tell us how to spend money and then
That's
not
what
give
they
it to us?
do.
But either way, it's taxpayer money, right? We're either spending it out of the budget we have or the budget they augment with the additional monies, but it's still taxpayer money.
I wish I could vote right now.
To buy buses with seatbelts that kids don't even wear. What do we know how many kids really wear seatbelts? Right? I mean, they don't all pile into a bus and throw on 3-point harness. Do we have numbers for that? Or
We, the drivers, before they head out, they tell everybody, buckle it up, guys, you got on. If they're standing up, they don't have their seatbelts on. So that's how they address it. Now, we don't have any kind of special screen up there that says seat 16, seatbelts unlocked, or
that's
anything
interesting.
like that.
Yeah.
But
That'll come next.
we start the game off with everybody buckled up.
Yeah.
And where it goes from there
Right.
is anyone's guess at that point.
Still, thank you, Austin. Yeah, that's right. They're gonna make us buy something that has that.
One thing I had mentioned when we first got into the seatbelt thing years ago is if I have a child in the car with a 3-point belt and they're 7 years old, I better have a booster seat. But we don't need to do that. And I just have the hardest time with this Austin mandate for something that is supposed to work for a 7-year-old and a 19-year-old or an 18-year-old. I mean, it's just crazy.
Yes, ma'am, and part of what you'll experience, if you've been on a bus with a seatbelt, try to put those on. They designed those for that to go down, so the littles are safely buckled in. But the problem with that comes is the bigger high school students, those belts are down below it, they've got to squeeze in underneath it. So it's hard to be a one-size-fits-all.
You can't do it safely. You just
Not
can't.
safely, no.
All right, let me ask about this point that you made about that retrofitting those buses comes in cheaper at $2 million to do that instead of $9 million to replace them. But, and that, I know those are early numbers, so I don't mean to hold you to that in any way. But the notion that it voids the warranty to add seat belts to the buses sounds like something that we could negotiate with the manufacturer to say, come on now, laws require me to do this. You can't say that I don't guess we have carburetors anymore, but you can't say that the carburetor's out of warranty because we bolted in another seat belt.
What we're talking about with the warranty, it's not traditionally the warranty that you and I think about when we take our car in to have it serviced for the 2-year warranty or whatever. What that is the manufacturer is not going to stand behind their bus if something bad were to happen. And so that's where, and it's, right now it's just Bluebird buses that they are not standing behind, which we have lesser of those, but we've been getting more of those.
But if the incident is such that the seatbelt tears away in an accident, they're saying that's not covered by, that's not their liability.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I get that, but it doesn't void the warranty altogether.
No, sir.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
sir. Most of those buses that are affected like that are past warranty by the state.
That's what I was gonna say next, is that
Yes,
they're
sir.
probably old enough, they're out of
Those
warranty
buses are
anyway, yeah, I appreciate
And
it.
and I don't want to go away from that question, but that's not the first question TEA is asking. They're asking, the first question they're asking is, can we afford to replace all those buses?
That's right, fair enough, thank you for that.
Yeah.
It's good to kind of come back to the ground.
Yeah, because yeah. Okay.
They have to expect that there are 1,254, or how many school districts we have are gonna say, sure, we got it.
Yeah, no, they know that. Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate all the information. Okay, moving on to the next thing. Discuss some possible action on the demolition of the technology building located at 600 West Bridge Street, Granbury, Texas. Emmett Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. This was put on as information to discuss and not necessarily action, but can be action if you would like it to. This was put out, this is the old technology building across the road. We had a young man who wanted to make it a drive-through. And we actually did get insurance money from him in the amount of $50,000. This happened in March of last year, 2025. The repair on the building was going to be extremely expensive. So we looked into what it was going to cost for the abatement and for the management of that abatement, and then the actual demolition of that building. So when we did that, we came up, we put it out for bid. Mr. Schrabi and Haley went in there and did a complete bid on all three of those projects, the management of it. They came up with Farmers Environmental, and it was $22,032 for the management of it. The abatement came in, which was the most expensive, at $90,625. And then the actual demolition came in at $45,000, for a total of $157,657 for the total demolition of that building. And like I said, we did receive $50,000 in insurance money for that. So the total cost on that would cost us about $107,657 to do the demolition of that building. So it's just for informational at this point. But Mr. Schrabi's here and Haley's not, so we can try to answer any questions you might have about that building.
Can we get that guy to crash through it 2 more times?
I do want to remind the board that we discussed this at a work session in October, and it was the will of the board at that time for us to bring back to you this information about demolishing this building. It's not inhabitable, and to get it up to code and to for us to inhabit it would be very expensive for a taxpayer. So that
And
was
I have a best use study from years ago that it talked about demoing that building years and years ago. This never happened. So
And this would remove the concrete.
this takes it
Foundation.
down to the ground,
To the
takes the
ground.
foundation out, everything. Regrades it to the ground level.
We're back to grass.
Yes.
Weeds.
Madam President, I move that we accept this opportunity in this bid and go ahead and demolish this building.
A second.
Okay, I have a motion by Nancy Alana and a second by Mr. Bolton. Do I have any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that is 7-0 in favor. Motion passes. Next item, discuss and possible action to nominate a person to fill the vacancy on the Johnson County Appraisal District Board. Dr. Morosky.
Yes, so we got information that there is, I think, an unexpected vacancy, and I did have one name submitted to me, and the name that I have submitted to me for the board to consider from Tim Bolton and Shane McNeil. So we're happy to add any names that the board would consider or would like to add for this process.
Okay, do I have any other nominations? Okay, do I have a motion to nominate Shane McNeil?
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Bolton to nominate Shane McNeil. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and a second by Ms. Alana. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that is 7 in favor, 0 against. The motion passes. Moving on to the next item. Discussion, take action on the board election terms resolution. Yep, that's that one. Okay, so as we have 2 on here. Actually, it's on here. 1, 2.
This is the first one, the election. This is the election.
Okay, discuss and take action. Okay, that's this one.
We're on D.
Yes, we're on D. Discuss and take action on the board election terms resolution. All right, so this is at the board's pleasure.
I'll go ahead and just start this conversation just to bring our community and the board as reminders. So this was brought to us, the first request by Barbara Townsend and Nancy Alana. Just in review, we started the conversation in April last year. We did put it on hold based on waiting on legislative updates. In December, we brought the conversation back up with some more information about HB 3546. In January, the board did meet with legal counsel in closed session to discuss it. One of the things that we discussed was whether if you did choose to transition to either even or odd, either way, would that have to happen immediately? And so I did underline the word must as a reminder. If you choose to move to a 4-year term, we must start at the next election cycle. So the chart below that you're looking at is the updated information that we have available after our counsel with our legal advice. And then really it's up to you guys to, and we are prepared to respond either way as the district. So you guys can discuss and give us guidance about what to do next.
All right, so this will be our 4th meeting to talk about this agenda item. It's something I know this board has considered carefully, has been very intentional about, has not rushed this process, and has made sure that we have all the information that we need to be able to make an informed decision and do what is best for this school district. The floor is open for discussion.
I would like to,
Well, my God, maybe we should take a motion
let's
first.
take a motion first.
Yes, I'm out of order. Point of order on myself. Okay. Do I have a motion for this agenda item? Do I have a motion to approve the election terms resolution?
I move that we approve the proposal that is in this package.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Townsend. Do I have a second?
I second it.
And I have a second by Stuart Neal. Okay, any discussion?
Yes. So I can acquiesce to the 4-year terms. I agree with the interest in the improved governance continuity, having experienced it here on the board. I'm slow to do that because I like to hold government accountable, and so more opportunities to do that, voting for shorter terms for anybody. I'm not just talking about school board or trustee terms, but anybody in government. I want to hold accountable at the most frequent opportunity that we can do that. I think that just goes with responsible and transparent government. But having been here, I understand, and living in this county where it gets a little bit cutthroat and doing that every year, and then also not only the frequency but the fatigue that puts on voters as well, so I can appreciate that. So I get there. It's the odd year election idea that gives people angst and anger, and we heard some of that from the people today, that we are elected by the people to represent the people. And the best way to represent the people is by taking a larger sampling of those people and the will of the people to be reflected in that. And we know that even number of years has always had greater voter participation. And so that also reflects a larger, and I'll stop short of saying what some people have said, voter suppression. That makes it sound like it's aggressive and purposeful. I don't think that it's necessarily that, but in light of knowing that's the effect and the outcome of that, coupled with moving forward to approve this motion today, I think it betrays those words and reveals those intentions that that odd year elections take a smaller cross-section of the community, where greater participation represents a larger cross-section of the people, and the larger cross-section of the people better represents the will of the people. And I know that speaks to having the comment that we had earlier today about catering to special interests, because we have less voter participation, and that those who participate in those activities are voting in odd years have a special interest in doing that. And so that said, I'll submit to the compromise position that we have 4-year terms, but I am still disagreeing with the notion of doing it in odd years. All the things, I'll go on to say this, that all the things that we listed as being advantageous to going to 4-year terms are the same in odd year elections and even year elections, that we improve government continuity, that we have reduced election frequency and thus voter fatigue, that we have the cost savings because we're only conducting elections every other year where the district pays for those elections. There's also a line in there about best practices. I don't know who has assigned that feature, that characteristic to 4-year terms, but so be it. It would be the same either way, that it would affect even year terms and odd year terms equally. Where we lose that is those 4 things being true would be true of both odd year elections and even year elections, but it's only in odd year elections that we ignore the will of the people and taxpayers. And I think that we say that we're interested in the will of the people and we want to see more participation in the lower voter participation years, in odd number years. But I worry, it was Don Johnson's point, who said to us from the podium that we lose community support because we are not taking a sampling, a larger sampling of what the community really cares about. And so by doing that and taking it to some esoteric interest in odd year elections, that we're losing the will of the people, and taxpayers have an interest in these. I mean, 73% of my property taxes go to the school district. So taxpayers, and I don't have any children in school anymore. And so it's not strictly what teachers and parents and school admins care about, but we all have a stake in the game and we are all stakeholders in it. And so where we vary is that the will of the people and taxpayers and versus the will of special interest and just general accountability and transparency to the people.
Can you clarify for me, who are you calling special interest?
I think that when we go to an odd year election, that you're only talking about the people who have some, certainly I'll tell you that everybody who has a GISD paycheck, the GISD logo on their paycheck would have an interest in what is going on in those elections, and so they would be more compelled to show up for.
But wouldn't the parents and the families and communities at large be more compelled to show up as well? I mean, do GISD employees only vote in odd years?
No, but I'm saying that we know that fewer people do vote in odd years.
Right, but I'm asking, you're using the terminology special interest. I'm just asking for clarification here.
That's it.
So you're saying it's the GISD employees that we're trying to cater to?
No, I'm not suggesting that it's strictly them, but you said it yourself, or I'll let you say it for yourself, that when we go to odd year elections, you are talking about people who have a more vested interest in. I don't want to put words in your mouth, so you say it the way you say it.
No, what I'm saying is an odd year, in our conversation earlier,
yeah,
you don't have all the other noise going on with the national and state level elections. It's very hard for any school board election to get through that noise. And so by going to odd years, we're actually able to better inform our community about our local school board elections so that they can make the best choice for their school district, whoever that candidate may be. But for me, it's about getting information out to the community in a way that isn't overshadowed by the rhetoric and the ugliness of the national and state level politics. Because when you have the odd year election and the school board election is the only one on the ballot, then you're able to better inform your community about those issues in your school district. And when your community is involved, when your community is informed, they're going to be more involved. So I don't necessarily agree that an odd year election, we're going to continue to see lower numbers. There's going to be lower numbers no matter what, because people are going to vote for the president, because sometimes that's all they get out and vote for, and they don't vote for anything else. We have no control over that. But what I think we're going to see is have more local participation at the local level, because we're going to be able to get our community better informed about school board races.
You think that odd year elections, we're going to see an uptick in voter participation in odd year elections because we choose to put school board trustee elections
I think the opportunity is there. I think, well, in the school board election, obviously, I think the opportunity is there.
Okay, I think it does damage to us in the general community, and we're going to I'll give Dr. Morosky credit that she is going to great lengths to have community outreach and create those programs.
Absolutely.
And talk to, create advisory committees and bring in like Golden Pioneers and the rest of that community outreach, and those things are happening because we want greater community participation.
Those are all great things.
And now we're going to cut that off at the knees because we're going to have fewer and less people who are represented by their votes, because fewer people, we know in advance that fewer people are going to participate in those odd year elections.
We have always had elections in odd years.
Yes.
Well, we have elections in odd years right now.
I know.
We have always had those, and so we have never stifled elections in odd years. We have had fewer people come out.
Correct.
But that's only because we haven't had political activities going on at the state and national level that influenced voters to come out. People that were not interested in voting for school board, only those that were really interested in our schools and interested in the school board election actually came out to vote. That is because it was not a political vote, which school board elections were never intended to be political. This is getting us back to what school board elections were intended to be.
I appreciate
They
that.
were never to be about politics. They were to be about education.
Everything.
And we are trying to get our elections back to students and education and take it away from the political platform.
I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about community involvement. And there's
Community involvement can
everything
be
you
on
just
odd
described.
years as well as even years. They just have to get themselves to the polls, and we're not stifling them from getting to the
I know,
polls.
I appreciate that. That's the reason why I'm careful not to use the word voter suppression, because I don't think that's what's at play. I don't think there's the true intent of doing that. But knowing in advance that there is less voter participation in those odd year elections, it has the same effect. We know that the outcome and the effect is that fewer people will participate, and everything you just said describes catering to special interest.
No, I do not agree. I think you have more uninformed voters for school board elections when you have a huge turnout for presidential elections and state elections. You have more uninformed voters for school board elections.
But what we see is usually in those elections, whoever has the top spot on the ballot is who's going to get the vote. And it's so, because they're just voting down that ballot, and whoever's in the top spot is going to get that vote. Sorry, go ahead.
So, first off, just to make sure everyone who's listening right now, the way the spot for school board elections is chosen is it's a random drawing. So the 1, 2, 3 position is just pulled out of a hat. So there's nothing special about that. So I went back and I looked at our trustee elections over the last 11 years. In odd elections, 2 sometimes wins, 3 sometimes wins, 1 sometimes wins. 2024, 1 and 1. 2022, 1, 1 and 1. 20 uncontested, 1. 2018 was uncontested, and that one was unusual in that Chris Willis won election. And he had a lot of backing from a lot of people. He even had state articles written about him being the youngest person to ever run for school board. He was still in high school. Go to 2016, 1, 1 uncontested. Now, when you go past 2016, you now you're allowed straight party voting. When you had straight party voting, then you started seeing 2s, 3s. So what is happening is people aren't looking at who's on the ballot in even number years. They're just, we are a Republican community, and Republicans are number 1 on the ballot. So what they're doing is they're just going, I am assuming they're going right on down the ballot. 2024, 2022, 2020, 2018, 2016. We've got a trend here.
I think you're right about that.
So that's why I think that if you want to really have people take the time to know what's going on in school board elections, it needs to be separated from national elections.
So maybe my experience is a little bit unique in that I just went through this process, and I'm still trying to decompress this process. But over this past week, I've had a lot of conversations with members of the community who have called me and asked my opinion on this issue and tried to sway me of their thoughts, and that caused me to do a little bit of research. And it's actually in the election code, it actually specifically says that in partisan races, in 52.091, it says that the party for the governor, the current governor, is listed first on all partisan races. And in Texas, dating back since Ann Richards was in office, that's been the Republicans, right? And so I think what happens in even years, and this is based on conversations I've had with community, and then even based in conversations I had with voters just less than 6 months ago, there's confusion in the community about school board races. And when we were knocking doors and talking to people, almost every person asked, what party are you in? And the reality is, we're all Republicans up here, but the truth of the matter is these races are nonpartisan, right? And so I think that gets lost in the shuffle sometimes when somebody comes and they know, because they can see on their ballot, it's Republican, 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 number 1 all the way down as set by law, and then they get there and then they're starting to wonder, they're going to pick the first one because that's the Republican, because that's how it's listed. And it doesn't help that there are groups in the community that say they're real Republicans versus non-real Republicans and try to cast these elections into partisan elections, which they're not meant to be. I also am a little bit disturbed by the language of voter suppression, that we heard that tonight, fair and free elections, because I'm not aware of anything in Texas law that says certain people can't vote in odd number years. And if they choose not to vote, that's on them. But there's nothing that says that nobody is suppressing the vote, nobody is stopping the vote, but we heard that from 2 or 3 people tonight. And it's just not appropriate. But the reality is that if we put these elections, if we cycle them away from the president and the governor, the focus is going to be on who's best to run GISD. And that's what it ought to be about, right? It's not red, it's not blue, it's about purple, pirate purple. And who's going to do the best for our kids? And that when you put the focus on the schools and away from the noise, away from the nonsense of the governor and presidential elections, I think you're going to get a better outcome.
Thank you.
Well said, Stuart.
Stuart's still campaigning.
I'm not going to rehash everything you said because the ballot placement was real important to me, but I too want to get back to odd years so we can get back to school board being nonpartisan and take the politics out of it.
But the people don't want that, according to Stuart's own testimony. The people, when you knock on their doors, want to know, are you a Republican? I don't care that we up here say that these are nonpartisan roles, these are nonpartisan seats. The people of this town want to know that you're a Republican and they want to vote for you as Republicans. So we can say all day long, this is nonpartisan, but it's not.
It keeps the politics out of the schools. It keeps the rhetoric and the division and the ugliness of the politics in this county, and we've all seen it, out of our schools.
Yeah.
And if we're going to do what's best for this district, we've got to get the focus back on the kids. And this is a way to do that. And the intent behind this is rooted in doing what is best for the district to move us forward so that we can do the best for kids in our community. This isn't about suppressing votes. Nobody up here is trying to... People in the communities are saying that. Public comment tonight said that. Nobody up here is preventing anyone or trying to stop anyone from voting. Everyone has the right to go vote, regardless of what odd or even year it is. This is about doing what's best for the kids in this district. The kids are responsible for educating and making sure we keep the noise and ugly division that we see in politics out of our schools, so the focus is back on electing the best candidate to help lead the district forward so that we're providing the best educational opportunities for the kids.
Madam President, I call the question.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Motion's
We have a motion on.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We already have a motion. We have a motion by Townsend and Alana.
Seconded.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Townsend and Alana, it's late. What time is it? It's past my bedtime. Okay, we have a motion by Townsend and a second by Neal. We're done discussing. We've called for the vote. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, let the record show that is 6 in favor, any against? Mr. Bolton against. The motion passes. Thank you for the discussion. Even though we may not have all agreed on it, thank you for the civil discussion, and thank you for taking the time to let your thoughts be known, and I appreciate the civility. This is a great example of that. Okay, next.
Can I make one comment about that? Now that you've approved this resolution, I'll make sure that we're certain about that, then I will bring back the policy that support the resolution to you next month. So the resolution will be approved tonight. That's what you all approved. And then I will bring back 2 updated policies, local policies, that will describe what that looks like in our district with the language updated.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, next item is 13E. So I want to be clear because there's 2 items on here that kind of look like they're about the same thing. So 13E is to discuss and take action on SB 11 resolution. Now this is the resolution from the state. This is the state resolution regarding religious prayer and reading during class time. Yes, and we have, I'm sorry?
Tammy will kind of preview that for you if you want her to lead that conversation for you.
Sure, that would be great.
Okay. Well, by March 1st, it was set in law that you have to record a vote on the SB 11 resolution as written by the state. Granbury currently complies with state and federal law regarding religious freedom by providing a moment of silence during the day where they can reflect in silent reflection or prayer, and allows them to read any religious text during independent reading time consistent with instructional expectations and constitutional protections. So if you choose to adopt the resolution requiring a daily period of prayer, there's a couple of things that would be required. I would bring back DGA local and FNA local next month of board policy that would delineate the changes to be consistent with the law for the schools that apply and accept the resolution. The DGA local would deal with employee rights and privileges, and the FNA local would deal with student rights, responsibilities, and student expression of religion. And some of the things that go with this for the implementation requirements is a potential impact on campus master schedules because it cannot be part of the instructional minutes of the day. And so that's an impact across the campuses. There's some other things in the employee rights and student rights that would make campuses have to have some different shifts that we can do if that's the will of the board. But if you choose not to adopt the resolution, no new policy will be required, and you could look at a second resolution that's driven by this board to affirm the district's continued commitment to provide the moment of silence and allowing voluntary prayer and religious text reading as currently practiced. So I'm open for questions if you have any regarding the policy or anything else in this regard. Otherwise, the decision for this resolution of SB 11 is the will of the board.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Clark. So do I have a motion?
So voting
If you
no
vote-
on this, we keep it like it is.
If you vote no on this, we keep our current policy because we already allow for children to be able to read. If they want to read the Bible, they get to read the Bible, but we aren't setting aside specific time outside of instructional time. And there's all kinds of other things that go into that for specific reading of religious texts and prayer. This is keeping policy as is if you vote no.
Wait, let me clarify that a little bit. There's some nuance there. So should the motion be that we choose to decline the resolution, we would be voting yes to decline.
So you can vote not to pass the SB 11 resolution.
Correct. And we would be voting yes.
A yes
We would-
vote.
It would be a
to
yes
decline.
vote, yes to decline.
Correct.
Right. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Okay.
Because we're not voting no, Mike.
Okay, I got you.
You're voting not to pass the SB 11
You're voting
resolution.
yes not to pass.
I think
Yes. You're voting,
Depends on the wording of the motion.
Yeah.
just, do I have a motion?
I move that we decline the SB 11 resolution as written.
Okay, so I have a motion by Ms. Townsend to decline the SB 11 resolution as written. Do I have
I will give you a second on that.
Okay, I have a second by Dr. Lawrence. Any discussion?
So Tammy took away a little bit of my thunder on that because I wanted to make this, some of the statements that she did, that in this town and in this district, our students already enjoy the freedom to use any free time that they have to engage in prayer and Bible reading if they so choose. This policy, our policy, the current policy, includes daily moments of silence, which are a little wanting, but we'll work on that, immediately after the pledges during the morning announcements, and that the policy would continue unabated. Also, it continues without additional encumbrances from Austin, like we were discussing about buses and three-point harnesses and the rest, and those unintended consequences. And so I think those are all my comments.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor to not accept, all in favor to decline the SB 11 resolution as presented, raise your hand. Let the record show that is 6 in favor. Any against?
Put me in favor.
Okay, I'm sorry. 7 in favor, motion passes to decline the SB 11 resolution as presented. Okay, now the second one is to discuss and take possible action on a prayer resolution. This was our own resolution that 2 board members had drafted for us to consider.
I'm going to open the conversation with, this is the beginning of a conversation that we would like to have the board. It was brought up by Tim Bolton and Stuart Neal to say, to clarify our commitment to religious freedom when applicable and where it is. So this is just a board discussion about whether we want to continue that draft idea in refinement, if we need it or not. It's just really up to the board, but I'm going to let you two talk if you'd like, because you're the ones that brought it to the agenda item.
I think my notes would be the same for that. You heard it already.
And I would just follow up that we have a draft written that we've sent to the superintendent, and it basically just reaffirms in the resolution the things that we do positively for the kids and for the community, and the draft points out the issues with SB 11 and why that would change, how that would change policy negatively for our kids in our district. And so it's a draft that Mr. Bolton and I worked on together, and like I said, we've submitted that to the superintendent for legal review, and then certainly we will welcome your input and anything that y'all would like to see in that as well.
Do we have to make a decision on that this time?
We don't have to vote on it tonight. We did have to vote on the SB 11 resolution tonight, but this one, we can vote on at the next meeting and take no action tonight, or we can vote on it tonight.
Or we could even just let it go.
Yeah, or we could let it go. It's just the will of the board about what you proceed. I didn't put the resolution on here. It came a little late, and so not negative, but
that.
no, it's not negative. But they give us a chance to have the conversation about whether you want to continue that route or not. Sometimes we get an emotional response, so it's just up to you about whether you want to continue. We can't. There's no further action needed at this point. If it's something that you would like to do, we'll continue that conversation. You give me guidance about how you want to proceed. No voting tonight on that. Just give us guidance about what you would like to do next.
And so, in fairness to the rest of the board, the content therein describes the current circumstances that we already have the freedom to
It clarifies so that the public doesn't think we're just like, no,
That's right.
because we already do this, and
That's right.
Yeah.
We're not shutting down anybody's. We're not denying them the right to read their Bibles or other religious texts if they choose, or devotional, or to spend that time in prayer.
Okay.
They already enjoy that, and we only wrote that to add clarity to it.
for the public. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So we can take no action, and then we can bring it back next month where we discuss and vote on it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
So is the guidance that we want to bring it back, or the board does not want to bring it back?
I would think it would be up to those.
If y'all want to put it back on for next month's agenda, then that's,
Yeah, so we'll table it for today.
Okay, y'all just let us know.
Yeah, we'll table
Okay.
it for today, and if within the next month we choose that we want to put it on.
That's it.
So let me go add, I don't want to mean to go back to the last agenda item, but I will make the comment that we are under pressure to make a decision in this meeting because we have a March 1st deadline.
For the SB.
for the SB 11, which we just voted
Yeah, I
on.
know, I'm
Right,
sorry.
yeah, but you need it for us to have our own
Yeah, so
resolution.
then, I just want to go back for a second because I failed to make this point, but I don't like that we get, did that come with 126, policy 126, or however we describe update 126?
So, yeah, we were waiting on guidance, but we always try to bring things as quickly as we can. Most districts are discussing, this is when we have it here on the agenda this
Yeah,
time.
no, I appreciate that. I just mean that wherever we're getting that guidance from, if we can give them an impression that we want to see these things so that we can deliberate over it more
Right.
diligently.
Right.
And to be able to make those decisions
Yeah,
instead
we
of giving
appreciate
that
that.
impression.
Okay, so no action on this item tonight, and then we'll move on to the next one, discuss and possible action on local policies from update 126. Ms. Tammy Clark.
Yes, so we've been reviewing update 126. We, 2 months ago, brought the legal policies. They're not adopted by the board, but it was at great length. We discussed all of the changes to the legal policies, and then last month we brought the local policies that were adjusted by the legal. To answer, update 126 is only going to be the ones that do not require board action to have extras. Does that make good sense? And so if you have to have a resolution, they're not going to include that in the normal update. And so you're not wrong that we could have bought it sooner if we'd have had it sooner, but we were seeking legal counsel about what that really looked like.
Again, not a criticism of you.
No,
I know you got it when you got it.
Yes, yes. But for this one, this is the package of policy update 126, and it is, unless you have questions, then it is presented for your consideration to approve the local policies in update 126.
Madam President, I move that we approve the update 126 local board policy as presented.
Thank you. I have a motion by Nancy Alana to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
And then a second by Dr. Lawrence. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that is 7 in favor, 0 against. The motion passes. Next is to discuss some possible action on local policy FD. This is the UIL homeschool pilot program. Dr. Morosky.
Yes, as a reminder, board, we came to you last August, and we had to make a decision at that time as well about whether to include homeschool students in our UIL activities. At that time, the board had careful consideration. We went to our community, run the survey, we had a committee, and decided that in February I would bring to you a pilot plan for next school year to allow homeschool students to participate in some capacity in our UIL activities. However, in December, we started noticing our enrollment, and so that stopped kind of the conversation and about allowing others to come in, and really shifted our focus to focus on the work that needed to be done to make sure that we are meeting our families and students' needs here in the district. So I am proposing that we make another adjustment to this policy and to not have a pilot program for homeschool students to participate in UIL activities next school year. However, my firm belief is that this law is changing the next legislative session. I believe that work that we're doing in virtual school is setting our school system up to be able to be nimble enough to modify and adjust and to be able to implement those homeschool students in if mandated by law. The district, of course, the board can always choose each year whether to allow students to come and go from homeschool into our activities. And I just want to remind us that with a dip in our enrollment this year, it wouldn't be a great idea, in my opinion, to create a system that might allow students to leave. We were trying to create a system that would be able to meet students' flexibility needs and have them as GIS students here in the district. So the vote would be whether you would accept the recommendation to not allow a pilot program in the school system for UIL students next year.
Thank you, Dr. Morosky. Do I have a motion to not allow the pilot program for homeschool students next year?
Yes, Madam President, I move that the board approve the revised FD local, the homeschool students participating in UIL activities policy as presented.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Moore. Do I have a second?
I second.
And a second by Ms. Alana. Any further discussion about not allowing the pilot program for homeschool participation next year? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your hand.
I'm going to abstain.
Is that a yes or an abstention?
Abstain.
Do you want to state your reason for abstaining?
No.
Okay. Let the record show that is 6 in favor, 1 abstaining, being Mr. Bolton. The motion passes. And with no further business, the time is now 9:07 p.m. This meeting is adjourned.